Honorable Minister of Justice, the Inspector General of Police, sir, distinguished invited guests, esteemed panelists, moderators and discussants, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of the annual Symposium on Peace, Security and Justice, organized by the National Police College for the 11th cohort of the Police Senior Command and Staff course, with the participation of the University of Rwanda, the Institute of Legal Practice and Development, as well as the African Leadership University. This year's symposium, under the theme Enhancing Justice for Sustainable Peace and Security, continues. I am Chief Superintendent of Police, Khalid Kabasha, the Master of Ceremonies. This second day of the symposium consists of 2 panels, and today's session starts with panel 3, which will discuss justice and contemporary security dynamics in Africa. This panel will be moderated by Ms. Isabel Lydia Masozera. And before I hand over the floor to her, allow me to acquaint you with the condensed version of her bio. Ms. Isabel Lydia Masozera is the founder and CEO of Rubicom Limited, formerly Mile Holdings. This is a communications and public relations firm that specializes in advising national, international, government and private institutions in Rwanda, Uganda, and Kenya. Isabel has over 17 years of regional experience in communications, public relations, and journalism. She is also the founder of Masozera Africa, that focuses on African women and girls' holistic wellness and empowerment. Please join me to welcome Ms. Masozera. Moderator, the floor is yours. Thank you.
What an introduction. Good morning, esteemed guests, all protocol observed. I want to start by asking all of you to join me in appreciating the work, the intentionality, and the excellence that we have all witnessed here, from the men in uniform and, like he said, in partnership with other institutions. I believe we've all experienced that. Can we take a moment and just... Somebody talked about buy-in yesterday. When I was told I was supposed to be here, I woke up at 6 in the morning because I could not wait to come here to network, to learn, to have a good laugh, and I believe yesterday exceeded. We saw humor employed, we saw articles and research quoted. We also saw a few poems, or one shared, if I recall correctly. It was insightful, it was powerful. We were called to reflect, and it was a place of introspection. But one thing stood out for me. On Tuesday, I spent the day in Nyagatare at the University of Rwanda, and the conversation was around how can we go back to our indigenous foods? And because there is a connection between the mental health crisis that we're seeing in Africa, we are running away from the things that are authentically us, and we're drifting towards the West, not because they are better when it comes to all of these things, but perhaps we'll get to the root of why we're not returning to self. I hope that we can continue in the same spirit with this panel. The panel will unpack a couple of things. We'll be touching globalization and criminality in Africa, honing in on the double-edged sword, maybe I'll use face, of technology that presents opportunities as well as threats. We'll also be able to unpack media in Africa, the implications for justice. Later on, we will look at terrorism and violent extremism in Africa that we continue to see. And lastly, but not least, we will explore the effective law enforcement that we can employ to counter the security challenges that we face. Now, as you heard, I'm not an expert to talk about these topics, but I will be joined by an esteemed panel of researchers, experts, leaders, and men in uniform. Please welcome me, help me beg your pardon, join me in welcoming our first panelist, who is the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of ICT and Innovation in Rwanda, and that is Mr. Yves Iradukunda. It is a cold room this morning. I was hoping for a little more enthusiasm given what we experienced yesterday. Sorry. We'll have you at the extreme end. Also joining me on the stage is Mr. Nsengimana Jean Philbert, who is the Chief Digital Advisor at Africa CDC. And as you may recall, because this is about globalization, digitization, he has also served as the Minister of ICT and Technology, so he will definitely have a lot to add to the conversation. We also have Dr. Frederick Goloba Mutebi, who is not new to most of you, for those who were here last year. He's an independent researcher, and he says he's a former academic. But yes, he'll also be joining us. Please join us on the stage. We are also honored to have RDF's spokesperson, Brigadier General Ronald Rivanga, join us this morning. Last but definitely not least, we have from Rwanda Investigation Bureau, Colonel Jana Ruhunga. I have to do justice to introducing you. You're pointing me, but allow me to first correct a little something. He is the Secretary General of Rwanda Investigation Bureau. Please join me once again in welcoming him. And correction, last but not least, we have Mr. Charles Onyango Obo. His profile is too big to even start to unpack. I'll also add that he's a personal icon, grown up reading his work and admiring his professionalism. He's an author, he's a journalist, and some of you might know him as the co-founder and managing editor at The Monitor Uganda. This panel is going to be a little different from how we conducted business yesterday. Because of time, we will go straight to opening remarks instead of presentations. I'll give my panelists each 10 minutes, and in your opening remarks, I'll be posing a question that I hope you will work into what you have to say and help us better understand some of these different topics that we have today. I will be starting with the PS. And the question here is, the world today is globalized, and with digitization, Africa is not spared, both from the threats as well as the benefits. Could you paint for us a picture of how vulnerable we are, what we are really facing with the evolving technology? Somebody yesterday talked about ChatGPT-4 that can allow people even engage when they're dead. We are seeing Apple producing virtual technology that can take us to spaces we never imagined. Help us have a better, clear picture.
Thank you, Isabel, the moderator, for the question. Good morning, everyone, all protocol observed. I'm pleased to be joining this conversation, particularly to kick off with the question that Isabel poses. But allow me to start by saying we are as vulnerable as prepared we are, because I think while technology poses these threats that are hinged to the criminality that increases through technology, at the end of the day, our preparedness can only be the factor that determines how vulnerable we are. But allow me to paint this picture that technology, I think, has helped us to leapfrog. When we look at economic growth, the kind of economic growth we've witnessed, not only in Africa but globally, are a result of adopting technologies to solve some of our key challenges. So when you look at the expansion of the ICTs, when you look at how financial inclusion, for instance, has been able to expand, it's thanks to technology. But the point you raise is really about the negative effects that come with this adoption of technology, where we have seen more and more digital divide. We see illicit activities that expand, just like any other growth, economic growth. Where there is growth, there's also risks that come with it, and technology is not left outside of that dynamic. And we also see that criminality comes along with that growth we see in technology. But allow me to say that criminality is simply amplified, but I don't think technology is the one that actually starts criminality. So I think technology amplifies criminality because of the anonymity that it provides. I think when you look at the internet and digital platforms, there's a certain level of anonymity that allows criminals to hide their true identities, which promotes being able to operate without immediate consequences. And it makes it really easier for criminals to expand their networks, to be able to have a global reach of how they communicate and interact. There's also an aspect of increased attack surface, meaning that every single gadget that you use, every platform that you join, it increases the risk in terms of the surface of attack. There's also, I think, with the advances of technology, different sophisticated techniques that criminals can use, be it to be able to create algorithms that are hard to detect, and so how they would attack financial institutions or individuals on their identity. And of course, through these sophisticated techniques, there is financial incentives that they can leverage the lack of awareness, lack of preparedness of individuals and institutions to be able to expand their reach. But with that, I think we have to reflect on what actually promotes, this behavior that we see increasing. It's again the incentives that criminals will have to exploit technology platforms to exploit lack of preparedness and awareness of the people to be able to attack and make us vulnerable, as you highlighted in your question. So when you ask about what is the picture, what is the landscape, I think we've seen particularly issues to do with attacks to financial institutions in the past. We've seen people's identities being exposed or exploited. And I think it comes back down to our preparedness in many different factors. In our case, we have to deploy the right policies that regulate how we use technology, so that is important from a policy and regulatory framework. For instance, when we talk about AI, which is being embedded in all the tools that we use, it is important we have the right policies that govern AI. It is important that we have ethical guidelines that guide the scientists and technologists on how they deploy these tools. And so we are seeing across different countries on the continent and globally, countries really embracing the policy formulation and the framework that guide how we are going to be using AI among other emerging technologies. So policy and regulation are important. But to your point, currently, not many countries have actually been able to put clear regulation and framework that enable to guide ethical use of these technologies, including AI. Number two is basic digital literacy for the citizenry, because the criminals are able to exploit lack of preparedness. In this case, the general population that are using gadgets, that are joining digital platforms without the basic education to be able to interact with technology in a safe way. So I think that is one of the risks that we have to mitigate, is making sure that as we promote digital adoption, we also provide enough learning for our population. And cybersecurity is important. I think looking at the infrastructure that is required to counteract different attacks that come from criminals, criminal activities. When we look at the skill set that is required to be able to detect, but also counter-attack some of these activities. So this is important both in terms of infrastructure, but also the skills that are needed. Lastly, allow me to say that international collaboration and cooperation is important, because similar to any other crimes, efforts among not only African countries, but globally, to have international cooperation will go a long way in mitigating the risks that come with these cyber attacks that we are seeing increasing globally. So it's important to be able to share information, to build capacity, but also develop common strategies that can really help tackle these transnational crimes that are prevalent because of the leverage of technology that the criminals are able to do. So maybe allow me to stop there, because I think we will learn a lot more in the discussion in terms of how the digital platforms are allowing this vulnerability, but again, underlining that our preparedness is the key in what we may be able to face going forward.
Thank you so much. Can we appreciate him? I also would like to remind us that after we have had the opening remarks, we'll open the conversation to the floor. So if you have a burning question, this would be a good time to listen closely and think about who that question will be directed to. We'll now move on to Mr. Nsengimana. In the same spirit and still on the same topic of globalization, we're now a digital village. And in as much as that has helped, like he has lighted the different threats and how vulnerable we are, this is something that I feel we need to dwell on. So from what he has said, could you continue to highlight this double face of technology and where Africa is at and how it can best position itself, not only to adapt, but best leverage this technology to make sure that we are prepared to counter. Somebody in the room yesterday said that these criminals are very skilled. They have, like, if said, unlimited resources. Someone said, should we even have a task force that is sophisticated in hacking and all of these things? What can we do?
Thanks, Isabel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Great pleasure being back here in Musanze and discussing this very good topic, although the PS has taken most of what I want to say from my mouth. But building on what he said about the impact of these attacks, if you go to the BlackBerry last year's report, you will find that Africa lost 10% of its GDP on cybercrime last year. 10%. Just think about it. And previously, law enforcement, justice systems used to have capabilities that the criminals didn't have. Today, most of those capabilities are accessible to the criminals at the same level as the law enforcement. You can go and download a manual to assemble an explosive, to make a gun, and go and buy components off the shelves and commit the crime. Unfortunately, we've seen that happening. The one thing that comes to mind is what happened in Japan. And when it comes to financial crimes, you don't see people committing heists like we see in movies with guns and go and hold up banks and get money. Today, big heists are happening in the digital domain. No one is realizing, and banks and financial institutions are going bankrupt. When you go into that report, you realize that the sectors that are most targeted by the criminals is the banking sector, is the health sector, is the retail and manufacturing sectors. So Africa, as we speak here, is losing billions of dollars to cybercriminality, and I think the question we all have on our mind is how do we position state actors, law enforcement, to be several moves ahead of the criminals? What can we do? But I also wanted to comment on the globalization challenge, because as much as globalization has offered us a platform to promote easier and free movement of people, goods, and services, and that has tremendously contributed to our economies, it has also exposed the weaknesses that we have in our border controls, in our international laws that have allowed criminals to move more freely across borders and evading justice. So again, you talked about international cooperation as one of the mechanisms, but I think it's a much bigger challenge that we need to think of unconventional ways to tackle. What are the tools that we have? What are the tools that we haven't started using to be able to counter such kind of threats? The other thing I wanted to comment on is the media, and I know we have media gurus on this panel, so I don't want to go too deep in that. But I also want to say the last couple of months, especially with the explosion of AI, has shown that it's possible today. It's no longer possible to tell an image, a sound, a video that has been made by AI. So I was joking with my friends the other day that if you take me to court accusing me of being somewhere and saying something that constitutes an infraction, all I would have in my defense is 5 minutes to ask the judge to give me 5 minutes, and I will show the same video showing the judge saying the same thing I'm being accused of in exactly the same location. And the human eye cannot make a distinction. So what are we talking about here? The conventional means we had to counter criminality are being taken away. Yeah. We need new tools. So it's a very challenging time, and I can tell you, when you're having a briefing, you ask me to talk about solutions. I said, no, I don't have solutions, and I don't think anyone has solutions. But I think collectively, we can think about solutions. One thing that comes, obviously, is we need to be ahead of the criminals in terms of training, in terms of capacity building. And that is very hard because the criminals have huge financial incentive that even governments cannot compete with. Because if I successfully penetrate a bank and take money, I take much more money than anyone is able to pay me for my skills. So if I choose to use my skills in a negative way, the incentive I have, at least the financial incentive I have, cannot be matched easily by conventional means. So what can we do? The PS talked about ethical considerations. The way we educate our children. The other day, I was in Singapore and I actually met the master of ceremony there. And I was learning about what Singapore is doing. They are teaching their kids media literacy from kindergarten. Wow. Teaching them that everything that you see on internet is not true. And we know in our country, even still today, when people hear something on the radio, they think it is the truth. If it's in the Bible, they think it is the truth. So, how can we educate our people to be a little bit more media literate, and then equipping them to be able to face some of this, fake news and other emerging threats, distorting media, and so on and so forth. So, I don't want to go really deeper than that on the media side. Let me close on a point about effective law enforcement in the age of digital. In the age of digital, on top of capacity building, on top of the legal, regulatory mechanisms, I think we need to come up with some unconventional means to discourage, to make criminality costly to those who are committing those crimes using technology. How do we do that? I know the government of Rwanda has invested heavily in capabilities. Other governments are doing that in SART, for example, being able to detect and respond. But I think one thing that really will make this costly is whenever somebody is caught using those illicit means, I think we need to think about serious penalties so that it can serve as an example. I feel there is a bit of reluctance in pursuing and punishing those who are committing crimes using digital means. We go very strongly, those who are committing crimes using conventional means, because that's what the public responds to. But I think those people who take a phone and start calling you and ask you to give you your password, that guy is no different than the one who comes and make a hole in your house and go steal your property. They are all the same. And I think we should pursue them and punish them in the same way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to now shift gears to our next topic of the day, but thank you so much, Evan Filber, because you've really set the tone for the conversation, highlighting what the threat is, but also the fact that we need capacity building for those that are supposed to hold people accountable. And this actually transitions us very well to our next topic, which is about media in Africa, the implications, and I want to invite Dr. Goloba to have his opening remarks, but also touch on what the role of media is in promoting justice. He said we're taking it slow, punishing some of the people committing cyber crimes, but justice delayed, that is not right. That is something we need to change. That is injustice. So please go ahead and have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Isabel. The issue of justice is very broad. So I made a choice to talk about social justice, which is just one aspect of justice, and try to figure out, or try to discuss what the role of the media could be or is in promoting social justice. Now, we need to start by identifying what social justice actually is. Now, social justice usually refers to the process of ensuring that individuals in society fulfill their social roles in terms of behavior and observation of norms, and that they also receive what is due to them from society. So it's an issue of obligations and rights of individuals in society. Now, we all know about social justice activism, and in most cases when social justice activists are talking about social justice, they emphasize breaking barriers to social mobility. They talk about creation of safety nets to protect the poor from extreme deprivation. They talk about enabling those who can live productive lives to be enabled to do so. And this can be about creating jobs and so on and so forth. Now, there are a number of things that social justice activists focus on when they are discussing social justice. One of them is taxation. Who pays tax, or who should pay tax, and how much of it? They talk about social insurance, again, social safety nets for the poor. They talk about access to services or service delivery, whether services should be free or paid for. They talk about labor legislation, and there we talk about questions of remuneration and working conditions, especially for people who are not equipped to defend their own rights. They talk about equality of opportunity. Who has access to what opportunities, and how is that access determined? And then last but not least, they talk about regulation or non-regulation of markets, especially markets for food. Now, these are not issues that the general public is necessarily interested in talking about when it comes, say, to news. These are not subjects of ordinary conversation. So the issue that we then confront is how do these issues, how should they be made issues of ordinary conversation so that they don't just become the concerns of a small group of activists and people who are living in conditions that deprive them of their rights. Now, this is where the role of the media comes in. Now, the media play important roles in the promotion of social justice by, for instance, introducing new information to the public about these things that I have mentioned, and therefore influencing beliefs and attitudes. So if social justice activists go about putting the media platforms to creative use, then they bring these issues out to the public so that the public is then able to appreciate the need, for instance, for protecting the poor against deprivation, providing health services, and so on and so forth. Now, the depiction by media of some of the issues involved in discussions about social justice, say, for instance, teenage motherhood, mental illness, poverty, sexuality, shapes our understanding of the underlying causes of these things, as well as the drivers behind them, and also then shapes our attitudes towards these phenomena. Now, enhancing our understanding entails challenging distortions, as well as prejudice by providing accurate information or explaining to us phenomena that are not well understood and their effects. Now, for instance, in Uganda, we have had in recent times this very controversial discussion about homosexuality. Now, you will find that some people are hostile towards homosexuals because they believe that homosexuals are likely to molest children. So they connect homosexuality to pedophilia. Is there actually a necessary connection between the two? Now, how can people be made to understand whether there is actually a connection or if there isn't one? Now, there the media would come in very handy in terms of staging debates and discussions about these things and helping the public to gain a better understanding of, say, how somebody becomes a homosexual. Is it nurture? Is it nature? And things of that kind. Now, media also influence the thinking of policymakers, and this then determines what actions policymakers take in regard to promoting or protecting the interests of the various groups that need protection. Now, this, among other things, can lead to better funding for or management of social services or programs and public support for both. Now, having said that, media also do or can play a negative role when it comes to matters of social justice. Now, for instance, in discussing crime or petty crime, the tendency is for media to heighten the fear of the public. Say, oh, you know, people who are unemployed, they are likely to be thieves. They come up with statements like, oh, one of these days the poor are going to eat the rich if something is not done. And then, of course, that could explain why the rich tend to live behind perimeter walls, because they fear what the poor will do if they have access to their homes. Now, in some of the things, or in some of the information that the media put out, they could easily promote aggressive approaches to tackling phenomena such as drug abuse among young people or illegal immigration. And those who are familiar with Western media and how they discuss immigration, say from Africa to Europe, one of the things that they say is, oh, these people are going to affect our way of life. So they are a threat to the way we organize our societies, and that, of course, does sweep up hostility towards immigrants. How media portray or explain petty crime, drug abuse, teenage motherhood, whether they are due to bad parenting or marginalization or lack of access to opportunity, can make a very great difference in how these things are responded to in policy terms. And here the question would be whether there is going to be more investment in remedial actions or adoption of aggressive measures, say for instance in combating drug abuse. Now what we shouldn't forget is that media are not necessarily or instinctively interested in discussing these things, because increasingly media are profit-focused business enterprises. And therefore, what is likely to contribute to generational profits, or what is likely to threaten this goal, will not be accorded priority, or it's going to be ignored. It therefore becomes the responsibility of social justice activists to use constructive ways to attract the attention of media to the issues of concern, and use these platforms to influence thinking, attitudes, and policy. Now, one could ask, why is this relevant? Or why is this a relevant discussion in a forum like this? It is relevant to policing. It is relevant to keeping law and order, because social injustice, among the things that social injustice does is to beget crime and other forms of deviant behavior. Now, how the police and law enforcement agencies respond to these things will depend on their understanding of their origins, behaviors, and effects. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Golova, for unpacking the role of the media in promoting and specifically social justice. Now we move on to, like I said earlier, my icon. He says I should not call him doctor, so I'll say Mr. Charles Onyango-Obo, to talk to us about the role of social media. I want to focus specifically now on social media in promoting justice. But if you can hone in a bit on criminal justice and other forms of justice.
Thank you. There's a lot I would say, but I just thought I would speak on two things. The first one is what I would call social memory. And because social memory is perhaps one of those things that is most singularly created by the media. What do I mean? And we'll use the example of Rwanda. 2 weeks ago, there was a really stunning story that I read. It was a story about what we think people in the world know, but people don't actually know. And one of the stories is, this was based on a survey of 30-year-olds in the world. And they found that the majority of 30-year-old people in the world don't know about the genocide against the Tutsi. You see, if you sit in East Africa and Rwanda, you wouldn't think it. But most 30-year-olds in the world don't know about the genocide against the Tutsi. But amongst those who know, the majority of them don't know why it is important, why it matters. And you know, that is the question of social memory, because knowing is remembrance. Social memory is your understanding, how you experience it, and the meaning of it. What does it, for example, we know that 800,000 or possibly 1 million people were killed. That you can remember. But what does that say about you and the society? Which I think is the more important thing. Now, for the rest of the people in the world, the only way they can understand this is through media. And it's you know, because it's probably the greatest justice issue of our times. And so if you have these deserts of knowledge, the whole question of justice and restitution, which is, I think, one of the areas where the Rwanda hasn't yet gone, it then becomes something that you can't act about. And if you think of it, when all the people in the world who are over 40, who are 40 and above die, the idea of the genocide in Rwanda will disappear, except a very, very small group of people. So so in this whole spectrum of social justice and social memory, I just think that that is, to me, one of the areas which I just think as media, there is probably, it's the greatest demand of our time and duty of our time. And if you think of it, I think on Monday, the UN announced that was winding down the mechanism for the trial of, the people who committed crimes against humanity in former Yugoslavia and Rwanda. But during this statement, they said something very dramatic. They said that what they have seen, one of them is something that people here are very familiar with. They have seen genocide denial. They have seen an increase in revisionism. And then the third was very striking, that one of the new developments is that increasingly people who committed these crimes are now no longer shy to say that they will do it again, which is a very new development. So and you know, that is what happens when you have these kind of gaps, that if you have the collapse and the diminution of the awareness of the gravity of these things, then now you have an evolution where it is perfectly normal to go on TV, or you have been acquitted, or you show up at trial and you go on a stand and you say, I would be very proud to do it again. And so I think that that is one of the things that as media, there needs to be a great investment in it. The other second area of the new area of social justice, you say, is what I would say just around iconography, the justice of iconography. And this has something to do with AI that we have spoken about. What do I mean? I am a technophile, so I just love technology. So, but I'm also aware of the risk. So, sometime last year we did a series of projects around Africa on the food crisis. We did a series of reports, and then we did a series of documentaries. So we had someone who was voicing these things over. So the last documentary had errors in the voiceover. And we had a deadline, and this was supposed to be screened. So she was not able to do a voiceover. And so what were we going to do? We basically got an AI platform, and we, I don't know whether I should say this, but anyway. So, and with her consent, so we got the AI to voice over the parts which we wanted to be changed. And it was perfect. Now, that is a sense, that is one thing where it happened well. But like I was saying, you can actually see, Now, why does this matter? This matters in iconographic terms, particularly where it comes to gender justice. And because one of the things, the way media is structured, it's, media is a very, very masculine space. And even, so for example, there generally is less stigma and shame around the male form. That is why all over the world, even in, walk into some churches, you'll see statues of naked men. and it is considered perfectly okay. But you rarely see a statue of a naked woman. You certainly wouldn't see a statue of a naked woman outside the European church. Now, this has got very, very deep implications when it has met with the new technology, because now it is much more punitive to make a deep fake of a minister or something of the sort in a pornographic situation. And it is much more a career killer. I want to mention, there are men who have been the subject of both deep fakes and real one, who have gone on to win elections in Africa, or even become presidents. But I'm telling you, if you are a woman and you get in a nude or compromising deep fake, your life is over. And in fact, for many of them, the next thing is suicide. But this has got something to do with the very, very structure of the gender biases that are structured in media. And so in terms of, if we look at, going forward and the whole generation of rights around gender, I think that that is an area where the media, we probably are playing a very, very destructive role now, but there's a lot of space there for us to be much more creative in a socially empathetic way. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your contribution. We'll now be moving on to our next topic, and we'll be focusing on terrorism and violent extremism in Africa. And the focus will be on the trends and responses. Allow me invite from Rwanda Defense Force, Lieutenant General Innocent. Beg your pardon.
Brigadier General.
Brigadier General.
Thank you for that promotion.
I'm a woman of faith. Perhaps by the time I come back next year, because I'm hoping to keep my seat, that will be the case.
Thank you very much.
All right.
I would like to first of all thank the Rwanda National Police for inviting our security organ, which works in partnership with the Rwanda National Police, and we are constitutionally mandated to operate together. So this is the practice. We always discuss issues together. So thank you very much for inviting me. All protocols observed, and good morning to you all. So this topic is quite an important topic to the African continent. And I must say that terrorism and violent extremism remains one of the most pressing security threats on the African continent. We have different forms of violent extremism, but militant Islamist violence seems to take center stage. And it affects 5 theaters. You mentioned 2, but there are 5 theaters where this kind of violence has been identified. And this is Sahel region, which stretches from Senegal to Sudan. We have North Africa, which covers many countries, as I will describe in short. We have the Lake Chad Basin, Somalia, and Mozambique. Those are the hotspots for violent extremism, but we shall also talk about other areas that have been affected by tribal conflicts, communal conflicts and tribal conflicts. So in North Africa, we have Libya, the case in point, of the Libya crisis and how it gave birth to IS Libya. You know where IS comes from? The Islamic State of Libya. It has 3 major groups. We have Wilayat Balka, Wilayat Feza, and Wilayat Tarabulus. Those are the 3 groups that operate in Libya after the Libyan crisis emerged in recent years. We have another group in Somalia called IS Somalia, also affiliated to Islamic State, Al-Qaeda and Islamic State. It's called Abna ul Khalifa. Then we have Al-Shabaab. You have seen what Al-Shabaab has done in the recent days. Quite devastating. Al-Shabaab means youth in Arabic. And I will discuss how these organizations operate and why they came up. Then we have in Kenya Al-Hijra, the Islamic State. It's a Muslim youth center. The Kenyan government has also tried to identify cells in Mombasa. I think you have heard of the activities there. And then we have in Mozambique one that we are engaged with directly, Ansar al-Sunna wa Jama, terrorists, who have ravaged Mozambique for the last 4 years until we came in and disrupted their cells. And we have significantly reduced their effectiveness. We have also in Mali a very stubborn network called Jamaat Nusrat al-Islam, which is affiliated to Al-Qaeda in Maghreb. So this is basically an IS network for the Greater Sahara. In Nigeria, Niger, Cameroon, and Chad, that is the Lake Chad basin, we have Boko Haram, also known as Jamaat al-Sunnah Leader Awati wa Jihad. So these groups all have specific motivations that drive them. One of the motivations is the desire to form an Islamic state, a caliphate of sorts, and to institute Sharia law. So here, if we are studying justice, peace, and security, then there is very strong relevance on how this motivates the youth to drive their own justice system, that, with political undertones. Then we have also, of course, the quest for control of territory and resources. Some organizations are actually based on resources. Al-Shabaab is involved in a lot of piracy in the sea. Even Ansar al-Sunna wa Jama had some networks along the sea routes of communication from the port of Mosimbo Adi Praia along the sea line. So there are a lot of economic ties to these networks. But it's also important to look at government failure as one of the factors that drive these insurgents, especially the youth. Al-Shabaab, meaning youth, comes from the absence of state institutions to address issues concerning, the local communities. So they exploit those gaps. They are manipulated by these groups who are affiliated to Al-Qaeda and the wider Islamic community. But I must stress that most of these groups are within the coastal areas. If you look at the North African coastal area, come down to Somalia, down to Kenya, around Mombasa, where this group that I mentioned, Al-Hijra, is located, go down to Mozambique, Ansar al-Sunna wa Jama, located mainly in Cabo Delgado, which is a coastal area. Go down to, areas that are along the coast of West Africa. All that tells you something. These are trade routes of the Arabs, left behind some vestiges of the Muslim culture and norms. So the desire to penetrate deeper inland and create more should I call them supporters or recruits to their organization is deep. But it is driven by certain absences in the state managing them effectively. Yesterday we had very good discussions, and I picked a few points. I stole a few points from some of your discussions. One of them was the word exclusion, non-inclusive governance systems. When you don't include certain communities in the general, governance of a society, those systems will tend to find their own ways of, of developing their cluster of governance. So what Al-Shabaab does is that they are trying to create their own cluster. So a good system will include them. And I think that's one of the things we are doing in our own country, where inclusion seems to be at the center stage. of our, unification of different sects, tribes, ethnic groups, so that we deal with the issues related to, exclusion, which is primary in causing these conflicts. We have, of course, tribal and religious sense of entitlement and superiority. I think that it's common in Central African Republic where we operated, where anti-Baraka and Seleka rebels are both within the Christian and the Islamic state, the Islamic religion. So the fact that they conflict for dominance, political dominance, in itself speaks of the failure of the state to create a balance between the two. So as we will discuss in our responses, I'll probably look at how to deal with these issues, because the issues are related to governance. They are related to the failure of a state to maintain a balance. I'll give you an example of the Sahel. The Fulani have been stigmatized as a result of being involved in these Islamic groups. So their exclusion in governance systems may exacerbate the situation. So I think our own case in Rwanda, where you have one system dislodging another and including remnants of the old system in governance, is very important. It builds trust and confidence. And we have done that quite successfully, and I think ours is a model for others to emulate in regard to including other political players. We had a very strong insurgency here in Rwanda after the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi. And everybody asks us how we managed to deal with, a predominantly wider community against you. And the way we approached it was quite different from what we would call the ideal way of doing things. I think our president was at the center of the decision-making processes, where our own officers were locked up day and night for committing atrocities. Why? Because he wanted to send a signal that if you want to unify a society, you need to take very strong measures against anybody who would try to create some divisions within the force. The second was to include the ex-file within the rank and file of the RDF. I can tell you, during the insurgency, it would have been possible for our soldiers to react in such a way that they would create even more chaos. Some of our commanders, I will not hesitate to say, were actually landed in ambushes and some would be beheaded. But our reaction towards such an action by the enemy was to instead integrate even those captives that we got in that area of operation. It's something that we did also at national level, where lots of people who were charged with genocide were integrated through the Gacaca system, tried and reintegrated into society, even when there was clear evidence to show that they had cases to answer. So it's unconventional, but it's a method in which you actually need to reconcile a society that is severely broken. The other thing I could say is that, of course, from the strategic level, we have to apply diplomacy. Diplomacy is quite important. If we are to deal with issues of terrorism, then states have to work together to deal with the threat of terrorism and extreme violence. So if we look at the three layers, the first layer is the strategic level.
I'll ask you to take a minute to wrap up, please.
Okay, thank you. So we look at the three layers. The strategic layer, where we use diplomacy to create alliances. The second layer is the operational layer, where we use the 5 Ps. Prevent, pursue. The military does it with police. We pursue the terrorists. We must also prepare ourselves to participate in actions that win hearts and minds of the public. So all those things put together will create safety for the community, and will create an environment that will be conducive for everyone. Thank you very much.
Kindly switch off your microphone. Thank you so much. I'll ask you to give him another round of applause. Very complex names shared there, but he really drew the picture of what's going on the continent. I'm looking forward to our Q&A section, because my question to you will be to hear more about how you are collaborating, whether it's with the Ministry of ICT, how the law enforcement and all other elements can be put together to make sure that we can counter in a way that is effective. Now we'll be moving on to the Secretary General of Rwanda Investigation Bureau. And my question to you is, insecurity, like has been painted, is a challenge everywhere, not only in Africa, as we've just discussed, but often it starts with crime. Now, how can law enforcement, and like I asked him and I said I'll be coming back to him, best prepare? How is RIB equipping its staff, equipping its team, equipping its partners, or working together with its partners to counter the very same that we've just had?
Thank you, Moderator, Honorable Minister, the IGP, all protocols observed. Good morning. I'm lucky that part of the question that the moderator has asked me was tackled by different panelists since yesterday. The security challenges, the contemporary security challenges that has been amplified by the advancement of technology. So mine, I'm going to maybe talk about how the law enforcement can be prepared to deal with these contemporary threats. Crime being part of the threats, the security threats actually, because we have other threats that law enforcement are also concerned with, including human security, poverty, health, environmental threats. But it is actually worrying when people talk about these threats. But the good news with Rwanda is that we are a system that is very flexible, not rigid, that does not get stuck. When there's a problem, there's always a way of finding solutions. So talking about law enforcement, we are today in this law enforcement academy, but looking at the audience, you see the difference between Rwanda and other countries that we have visited. Looking at the composition, the people that are in this audience, from the journalists, professors, generals. Yesterday we had the governor, we have the Minister of Justice with us, have the Prosecutor General. In other countries this cannot happen. We have a judge from the Supreme Court. Someone will wonder how a judge in Supreme Court will come to discuss issues of security. But that is Rwanda, fortunately. So we are very lucky, and I'm not worried about how we're going to face these challenges. You can train, you can have equipments, but when you don't have a system that is flexible, that does not waste time in protocols, and someone will wonder how we don't see guns outside here with all these prominent people in the room. That is the humility of Rwandans, the flexibility, the homegrown solutions. So discussing these issues the way we are here is part of the solution. Let me share with you my own experience about Rwanda Investigation Bureau. In 2018, March, I was in a senior officer's mess, taking my lunch with my colleagues. Then I got a phone from the office of the CDS that he wanted me. Then they asked me where I was. I said I was in the senior officer's mess. They said, rush to the office of the CDS. Among things that the military respect is the mess. When you are taking your meal, that's the only time you are not even obliged to salute when the general enters. When you are eating, it's something that we respect. But they told me, rush to the office of the CDS. So I went. I was expecting him maybe to ask me about the intelligence brief because I was the defense intelligence chief. When I entered, he started smiling. Usually in the military, when you go in a rush, you are expecting some heat. Then he said, congratulations. I was wondering if I got a promotion, maybe I was promoted to general or something else. Then he said, you have been appointed by the Commander-in-Chief as the Secretary General for Rwanda Investigation Bureau. Then I asked, Rwanda, it was my first time to hear about it. That one I can assure you. I said, sir, what is it about? Am I going back to police? Because I used to I served 5 years in police before. He said, no, it's an independent institution. And I said, what is the mission? He said, he referred me to the Minister of Justice. Then I started wondering, one investigation. But I remember that sometimes back there was an article I read about that FBI, Rwanda, something. But I was not interested in that. I was in the military, and that was not my business. So he said, he told me to prepare the handover and report to the Minister of Justice. Immediately, I called Minister Musanze, he was the then Minister of Justice, and requested for an appointment. So I'm bringing this just to show you how our system can adapt to situations. What we are discussing now, our leadership can see it in advance and anticipate to deal with such challenges. So I went there. Then he also referred me to people who prepared that concept. And guess who? The IGP. The IGP is the one who prepared the concept. He had a team. He was then the commandant of this college. So he prepared the whole concept. So he was the one, now as I'm saying it confidently because I know he is now the boss. No one will ask him, why did you go through? So I requested an appointment with him. Then he started explaining to me the concept, So I went back home. Then I told my wife that I'm now in another institution. Then my kids started asking questions. I told them, you just wait, I'm also trying to learn what it was about. So I'm saying this because after I started now working in that institution, I understood that the leadership anticipated that the way the crime is getting sophisticated, it would be difficult to give the responsibility to an institution that is mainly concerned with security and public order, because those are also key things that a country should invest in. But crime also is evolving and getting sophisticated. There was need for an institution that will focus on it, train, invest, and so forth and so on. So that's how the journey of Rwanda Investigation Bureau started. So, since then, when you look at how police developed the capacity to enforce law and order, to enforce physical security, you can't believe. You can see the IGP is checking on his phone. From his position, he can be able to monitor whatever is happening on all Rwandan borders, or even town or different areas. So imagine now if he had to do it concurrently with cases that need to be investigated. But again, the way you train a public order officer and the way you train an investigator, those are two different training altogether. Because someone who is being trained to keep order, to enforce order, public order, you not train him like an investigator who is looking for evidence to convince, for prosecution to convince the judge. So those are two different priorities. A police officer going on ground, his purpose is to restore order. An investigator is to gather evidence for the court. So you can't train them the same way. And I realized it when we started, because a public order officer is trained. If he goes to the stadium, he will tell people, I want 2 lines here. He will not tell them, please, can you, no. If need be, catch in. But an investigator, he wants to get information. He wants to get evidence. So you not force someone to give you evidence. You need to have a different approach. So that's when I understood that our leadership, our vision leadership, look ahead of us, ahead of time, how they want to deal with the threats ahead. So I'm saying this again because our colleagues in the region, I've been discussing with them, sharing with them the experience of Rwanda Investigation Bureau and police, how they are becoming more effective by separating the two functions. But there is a serious resistance in the police leadership, but also in the political sphere in those countries. Police is under the Minister of Security in most of these countries. The Minister of Security is a very powerful person in most of the countries. So, ceding the investigation part to the Minister of Justice, because Rwanda Investigation Bureau currently belongs to the Minister of Justice, it's almost impossible, because it's like giving away the powers to arrest. Again, yesterday it was discussed. People spend more time on things that are not. Arresting is not the end state. The end state is to, but we feel proud, we feel strong, we feel powerful when we have power to arrest. So it's a big challenge. We go in those forums, we discuss, they ask us our success stories, we share, but the implementation is almost impossible. So that is...
I'll invite you to please take a minute and a half to wrap up.
I'm very sorry. I'm just concluding that it is not only in the police or even Rwanda Defense Forces or intelligence, or when you see how police and military invest in this human security, building bridges, being involved in health, these are sectors that creates crime, that if you don't address them, you'll deal with the crimes. So the way we do it in our country is something that make easier. It's prevented. We prevent. We put more effort or invest more in prevention than dealing with working like Kizimyamoto. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll ask you to give another round of applause to our panelists. They've done an incredible job unpacking these rather complex topics. It's now that exciting time when you also get to participate and ask a question. Can we please have some microphones go around? We'll take 3 questions from this side and 3 questions that side. We want to see gender balance. So, all right. So I'll take we'll take a question from the gentleman on the second line of this side, and the gentleman on right behind him, and we'll take. I'm looking for a lady. Gender balance. Do we see one? Let's make sure we take the microphone after that. And on this side, we'll take a question from the 2 of you. And I see a lady at the back. All right, we'll start with you, sir. Your name, the question, and also who you're addressing it to. And if you could keep it below 60 seconds, we'll appreciate that.
Thank you so much. My name's Professor Frederick Ogenga. And my comments, not really questions, go to the tech panel. I think I wanted to highlight the fact that we should be alive to the fact that tech companies who are actually owners of these platforms and surfaces are not just sleeping. They are alive to the fact that their surfaces have opportunities and challenges, and they've been doing something about that in the spirit of do no harm policy in the digital platforms, especially in positive interventions. So they've been doing things such as trust and safety measures, pulling down streams that are potentially harmful, flagging content, reducing friction online, community moderation, and collaborating with the information sharing across platforms. So I think my suggestion also would be to bring some of these tech giants in the conversation, so that we can collaborate in fighting efforts against criminality online.
Well said. Thank you. We'll take another question. The gentleman behind him. Yes. Your name, who you are addressing the question to, if it's a question, and you are a little bit on the back side of the row. So if you could stand up, please, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Thank you for punishing me. My name is Rashid Abdi. I'm honored to be here. And I want to respond to some of the comments made by the Lieutenant General. Not Lieutenant General, Brigadier General. I want to commend the government of Rwanda and especially the military for helping a fellow country in Mozambique. And I'm glad with all the things you have said, and I'm totally in agreement. I think one point which I want to highlight probably, and just as a comment, is that we tend to downplay the impact which actually failure in government produces. And also the fact that most of the jihadi groups actually feed on government dysfunction. And I think the more the government becomes, first of all, builds an inclusive politics, the more government is able to deliver services to its people. And the more there is cohesion in the country, the better that country is in fighting back against jihadism. And as much as, of course, you are a military man, but I think the real crisis is actually political in Africa. It is state failure and government failure which leads to the proliferation of jihadi groups. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the comment. We'll take another question. On your right, yes, please. Yes. If you could stand. Thank you. Your names and who you're directing the question to.
Thank you so much. I'm called Ismail Buchanan, and I want to appreciate what the panel has said. But directly to the Brigadier General Guivanga, my worry is that whatever you say, I hear some kind of Arabic, and is it because the problem is Islam and Arabs? There is no Christianity or Buddhist or whatever terrorist thing? Please make light on that, because I has been always asking by my student. As far as my name is Ismail, people will ask me, what is your relationship with those kind of people? So please try to serve in military perspective to make sure that, because whatever they hear Arabic, automatically equal to terrorism. So give us other side of it, to look at that this terror is not only from that side part of it, but, and I appreciate what he said when it comes to the political issues. He said, if you look at the Burkina Faso, if you look at whatever, is not a Muslim state. So what is wrong there? What is going on when it comes to that kind of thing? Thank you so much. I would really want to make a light on that.
All right. We'll now take, I think we already took 3 questions from here. Let's take 3 questions from this side, and we'll be back for another round of questions. The name who the question goes to, my panelists, I hope you're taking note, and we'll proceed.
Thank you very much. My name's Ntohla Constantinus Setluho, Senior Superintendent of Police from Lesotho Mounted Police Service. My question goes to the Brigadier General in relation to the issues of terrorism. I have heard that there are a number of terror groups which are maybe identified. I would like to know maybe the preventive measures which Brigadier General, in relation to his experience, he can maybe advise all the African countries maybe to put in place to fight the issues of terror and extremism. Secondly, maybe on the issue of cybercrime, I have heard that you may find that the issue of our online behavior may either otherwise expose us even to some terror attacks. Maybe the chief digital advisor will even advise us as to what are those acts and or the measures that can be put in place just to interrupt some of the cybercrime and or cyber attacks activities before they can even happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There was another hand. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Superintendent of Police Jean-Pierre Samvra from Rwanda National Police. My question goes to Dr. Frederick and Mr. Onyango. How can media in Africa be strategically engaged and empowered to promote justice, transparency, and accountability, while also addressing the challenge of misinformation and bias, to ensure accurate and responsible reporting that support the rule of law and fosters public trust in the justice system? Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll take the last question. There was a lady at the back that had her hand up first. We'll come back to you, ma'am. Your name and who you're directing the question to, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alexia Womjisha from the African Leadership University, and I'm addressing my question to Mr. Onyango and Mr. Filbert. Mr. Onyango, you mentioned the use of an AI voiceover for a project you had done, highlighting the growing presence of automation and AI in various industries. Considering the potential shift towards AI and robots taking over low-skilled and semi-skilled jobs, what are your thoughts on the challenges this may pose in terms of identifying the culprits of crimes? And then, with the increasing reliance on AI, how can we ensure accountability and prevent potential impunity if it becomes difficult to determine whether a crime was committed by a human or an AI-powered entity? Thank you.
That is packed. Thank you. Thank you so much to everybody that has asked a question. We'll now start with the PS and work our way towards me.
Thank you. I think there are 2 interventions that I comment on. One, couldn't agree more with the professor about a recommendation about the role that tech companies can have in this conversation. In fact, they are the ones collecting a lot of this data and leveraging AI, particularly generative AI nowadays, to enhance their profitability, to enhance their offering to their customers. So I think their participation, their continued participation in this conversation is very critical. And I think within our context is really figuring out also how do we provide them with the right regulation, the right policies, but also giving them the space to work with us as we mitigate the risks that we have. And I think the question that was asked also about the cybercrime, how do we prevent, given that for most people the behavior, the interaction of technologies are exposing them. Number one, I will look at it maybe in 3 different categories. I talked about, strong policy and regulatory framework that promotes ethical use of technologies, both on companies that provide services, but also on customers and citizens that are using these platforms. So making sure that from governments and regulators, there is clear policy framework. Number 2 is going to be on building capabilities. This comes with infrastructure, technical capabilities, the skilling, to make sure that they are in place, the mechanisms through which you can detect and respond to different attacks that are happening, because the criminals that are out there inventing technologies, leveraging these platforms and the behaviors that he talked about to attack people. And lastly, it's going to be in terms of education, or there is general awareness, the critical mass, but at the same time, some of the solutions we're using today in our CERTS system or programs are more or less imported systems. But to what extent can we start really designing contextualized solutions that respond to the prevalence of attacks that we are seeing? One of the things that is good news, particularly here in Rwanda, the Parliament recently passed a law on digital ID, which will actually be implemented over the next 3 years. What that means is that the citizens are given the power over their identity and information. So the ability to know how much of the personal information you're able to share, when you share it, for what purposes, and being able to make sure that the portability of your records is managed, I think is going to be a game changer. It's going to enable not only the citizen, but also all residents in Rwanda to be able to be identified, but also to share the information and be in control. So I think this is a new development that I think in terms of privacy and protection will go a long way in terms of awareness of the citizen and the ability to control this information. And of course, all other policies around data protection, privacy, and also putting in place the right mechanisms so that institutions can continue to build their capabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please take the floor.
I'll comment quickly on the question and the comment by Professor Frederick on the partnership with the private sector. And I agree completely with what you suggested. I think the bit of complexity here is most of these global companies do not have a local presence. When you want to engage them around issues of content, we've had issues of hate speech, genocide denial being propagated on social media, and you'd like to engage them on content moderation so that they know this is content that needs to be taken down, but they are nowhere to be seen. But I think, and part of the problem is Africa as a market to are fragmented. When European Union calls on them, they come because they know that if they don't, there's going to be a huge penalty, and they have to comply with GDPR. But we are still building our single digital market. We are not yet there. So as a result, we are not able to have enough power to hold them to account. But I think we need to build that power to hold the global social media companies, to hold them accountable. Then we can involve them more significantly and more meaningfully in tackling this cyber crime. But that's on the social side. Now there is the cause, cybersecurity, where we've got companies that manufacture solutions to, prevent, even detect crimes before they happen, and it's important to have them also based here so that we can interact with them directly. I can say they have started paying serious attention to Africa as a frontier market. So I only hope that moving forward, the situation will improve. But right now, the partnership with the private sector is not where it should be. The gentleman from Lesotho, the name was so complicated, I don't know how to repeat it, but somebody got the name? So it was about preventing cybercrime before it happens. So the tools exist. And I would say this, which would seem contradict what I said before, in terms of penalizing cybercrime. One of the unconventional methods is actually to take, if you catch that very smart guy, usually they are very young. When you catch them, instead of sending them to prison for life, you can rehabilitate them and reuse their skills. So I want also to say that is a technique that law enforcement agencies and intelligence agencies have used to, identify those criminals. Some of them do it as a hobby, by the way, to see whether I can actually penetrate in a bank and take money and move money from one account to another account, and then they can be successful. So you take them, you realize there has been a deficit in their education or access to opportunity, and then you give them an opportunity to exercise their skills in a constructive way. So that is another way. So you sort of have a team that has the mindset of the attacker. How does the attacker work? What do they know? Because then they know these other guys, and then they can be ahead of them. That is very, very possible. Then the question from Alexia.
Please skip the response to the last question short.
Yes, very short. Alexia, how do you know whether a crime has been committed by a human agent or an AI agent? I think the jury is open on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for the responses. We'll now move on to Dr. Golova. There were a couple of questions directed to both Charles and yourself.
Thank you very much. I will try to look at or to answer the question on how media could be positioned to promote justice and trust in the justice system. I think there are many things one could suggest. There is a lack of subject specialists in our media, and I think that Charles will agree with me that this is one of the problems that media face, in that you don't, while in other societies you have somebody reporting on health who is a qualified health professional and therefore who has a very good understanding of what they're reporting. You'll have somebody reporting on the police, and it is usually somebody who has the background, and therefore they are very knowledgeable about what they are promoting. Now, one of the things that you could do is to try and encourage this idea of recruiting subject specialists to cover some of these things that are not really the kind of things that the public are instinctively interested in. But the other thing also is that people who work in media are very busy because they are doing specific things. They are working to deadlines. They've been commissioned to do this or look into this. They don't have time to look into things that are not directly in their area of responsibility. So what that suggests to me is that people who are interested in certain aspects of the justice system, or enhancing the trust in the justice system, or enhancing the role of media in promoting justice, have to cultivate actors within the media industry to be interested in these topics and to actually show them that these things are important, and if they dedicate their time to them, it is good for them too and for their careers. So I think that we do assume quite a lot that media people are interested in everything, Actually not. They're interested in some things, and for them to be able to turn their attention to what you want them to write about or talk about, you have to interest them in it and show that there is something in it, in it for them too. But we also have media like television. We have political talk shows, or radio, TV talk shows are now very popular. People watch these things all the time. Now, those are the kinds of things that you could use to do this kind of thing. Thank you very much.
Charles?
Just, on the first question of media and how do you deal with disinformation and being able to promote, equity and justice. The conventional method that is used today is fact-checking. But the problem with fact-checking or denial is that it's a futility. The harm has already been done. If there is a story about you being corrupt or you are caught cheating on your wife or husband, the denial that you didn't, if the first story is viewed by 1 million people, the denial will be viewed by 10,000. So the harm is done. So, and this has a connection to the second question. So the question is, how do we prevent us from getting there? This was discussed yesterday. Now, this is a very, very uncomfortable area, but because I am not a politician, I'm not going to ask for votes, I'll say it. If, there is this film, Minority Report by Tom Cruise, I don't know how many of you have seen it. They have this very controversial idea of pre-crime. And I actually think today, if you have the data, if you can scrub someone's social media and other things, you are actually possibly able to predict how that person will behave. So it's an uncomfortable area, but actually we have the tools for predictive behavior. So I think we will have to, to think of some preemptive action based on digital profiling of, it goes to the second question. I think Philbert said it. In terms of regulation, I think that the state as we know it today, I don't think single states can do it, because if you are able, if you can launch a drone from a server through various servers, you can, first of all, it's difficult to trace, or potentially you can be in another country and launch a drone which assassinates someone in Kampala or Kigali. How do you deal with that? So all of a sudden, national legislation begins to fall apart. So in East Africa, we have to begin thinking seriously of what we can use the East African community for. In terms of governance, I think we have to, people used to talk of smart government, but it was cliche. I think the time has now arrived for us to think of what smart government means. And when you talk of AI in media and accountability, I'm sure you have seen this. They are, if you have, from basically beginning to end, if you have AI-generated news, which is read, as you have seen in countries like Qatar and others, by an AI figure, from beginning to end, there has actually been no human involvement. So who does the justice minister sue? You can't sue an algorithm or a program. So the capacity for anonymization is like 100 times bigger. But there is just simply, we don't have any tools to deal with that. So so just the way the government work, and I saw the other day, I think it was in Singapore, they are now able to generate holograms that just perform, you can generate a hologram and it will go to the city square and insult the president. And what do you do with that? So I think to your question, yes, it presents a serious problem in anonymization, but like Philbert also said earlier, just in terms of beginning to think of solutions, we are at the very, very first stage, and it's just have to be a work in progress.
Thank you, Charles. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. The first one was a contribution which I took very positively because you are complementing the discussion. The second question from the professor was about the nomenclature. It is very natural for all these groups to use Islamic names because their target is to establish an Islamic state, a caliphate. So it is natural for them to use those names. And then on the issue of some countries such as Burkina Faso, but you can also say DRC, which is not an Islamic, predominantly Islamic state. It's not even, I think, even a portion of an Islamic state. And these countries have rebels that want to create that kind of state, like the ADF. The ADF is in Congo, and they have the same ideals as the IS and the Ansar al-Sunnah wa Jamaa of Mozambique. It is also predominantly located in Cabo Delgado, but of recent, they say they are going down south to the province of Nampula. So, but the whole idea is for them to spread as much as they can to cover a wide, territory, to create a wider state, Islamic state. And for Burkina Faso in particular, I want to remind you that the G5 constitutes Burkina Faso, Mali, Mauritania, Chad, and Niger. And one of their tasks, they have a task force that is supposed to deal with issues of Islamic fundamentalism and extremism in that belt. So Burkina Faso, being a neighboring country, of course has to have vestiges of that Islamic fundamentalism. The state doesn't necessarily have to be entirely an Islamic state for it to have the threat of the spread of Islam. Okay? And on the issue of, that was raised by the officer from Lesotho about, the preventive measures. I will talk about prevention against recruitment, because if it's already there, then preventing it will be difficult. Prevention against further recruitment. The first aspect that any counterinsurgency or counter-terrorist strategy should look at is a combination of hard and soft approaches. The hard measures are that you have to isolate the terrorist and defeat him in a military engagement first. But after that military engagement, you have to think about soft approaches, what in the military we call the stick and the carrot. You hit the enemy, defeat him in the battlefront, but after that, you must work towards dealing with the root causes of the insurgency or terrorist organization. And as I mentioned earlier, you have to identify the drivers of the conflict and address them. If it is unemployment of the youth that is recruiting many people into Al-Shabaab, try to look at those socio-economic structures that led to that conflict in the first place and address those issues. And I think we are doing that, albeit at a small scale, in Cabo Delgado, where our own police and military are involved in actions of winning hearts and minds of the insurgency. I'll give you an example of how we have undertaken our own small initiatives on the ground in Cabo Delgado. We have, at least demonstrated that you can win hearts and minds in a community. First of all, we undertake different activities on the ground. We just give you an example of medical outreach programs that we have carried out in Cabo Delgado. We treated as many as 800 per day when we called out people for medical support. And guess what? So many others came from the bushes because they had that we are doing such an initiative in the community. Because initially people were saying out of 800,000, only 120,000 have returned from their hiding. But as soon as they saw that we have initiatives, socio-economic transformation initiatives, people would bring their children from the bushes for treatment. Their families would be involved in returning simply because they saw that there are certain social services that have been availed. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. We'll close with the SG if we can get your remarks. Some of the questions, I believe, could fall either way.
Thank you, moderator. Just to say that the only way to deal with these ever-changing threats due to the technology that will continue to evolve is to have a flexible system and work together. Have, like today in Rwanda Investigation Bureau, we are recruiting people with IT skills, psychologists, all sorts of specialties that will enable us to be able to deal with the evolving threats, because technology will not stop. Artificial intelligence is developing, so we need to be flexible to adapt. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, our esteemed panelists, for responding to the first round of questions. We're running behind schedule, so I will only be taking 2 more questions here and 2 here. And I'll request my panelists to keep the answers really short this time round. Would like to get your closing remarks, and it depends on that. All right, so there's a gentleman behind Arthur Esimwe. Oh, okay. Yes, we'll have you first. There was one behind Arthur Esimwe as well. He's the gentleman with the glasses will be the second. And gender balance. All right. So, all right. Okay. Yes, we should have some students in the building speak to us. We'll have you. And is the person behind you a student? Are you a student? Yes, you are? Yes, we will have you. For the rest, bear with us. Only if time allows, we'll see if we can take more questions. Let's keep it brief. Sir, if you could share your names and who you want your question to go to. Keep it one. Only one question.
Yeah, thank you. I'm retired Colonel Gilles Rutaremara. My question goes to the Permanent Secretary, Minister of ICT and Innovation. And I'm building on what Mr. Sengiyumva said in regard to Singapore, but the example he gave was specifically on the media, but mine is not on the media. It's on basic ICT and cyber security for that matter. Now, my question is, have we ever bothered to look at the curriculum or the syllabus from primary school, secondary school, and university? And are there any plans to integrate ICT in all these curricula? Because ICT is a cross-cutting issue. Thank you.
Gentleman with the glasses. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Hagai Matsuko, and I'm a journalist from Uganda. My question goes to Charles and Mr. Goloba. The proliferation of social media usage across the world has upset traditional sources for funding for traditional media. Now, in reaction, traditional media has resulted to sort of news that sells, the element of tabloidization, if you like. The effect of that is that media has shifted, traditional media has shifted from news or information in public interest. You can put justice or promotion of justice in quotes. How can media practitioners navigate this challenge? And lastly, to Brigadier Ronnie, how would you characterize the current regional efforts to deal with terrorism elements in the region. What's not working? What would you do differently? Thank you very much.
I guess we'll have one-line responses. Let's keep it one question, please. Yes.
Thank you so much. I'm called the Senior Superintendent of Police, Emmanuel Ndairo, from Rwanda National Police. My question goes to Brigadier General Rwivanga. Sir, pertaining to terrorism that has been emerging across the African continent, and based on the modus operandi that includes technology, how can the media and other forms of information dissemination be harnessed to counter violent extremism and cultivate more positive narratives of peace and stability in Africa? Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll take just one last question from the student. Yes.
Media, yes, my name is Major Omar. I'm from Somalia. And media and forces participated in the atrocities of 1994 genocide. And my question goes to the former academician and the Brigadier General. You had solutions make easier for you to regulate media and the forces not to commit atrocities again. And why don't you engage the regional level and continental level to adapt the same solutions to tackle their problems? Thank you very much.
Brilliant question. All right, I've been informed we've been added some more time, which warms my heart. So thank you so much for being patient. We appreciate you. We'll take one more question from Arthur Esimwe. There was a student over there and a member of the media fraternity at the back. Yes, we'll start with you, Arthur.
Thank you so much, moderator. I think I'll start also by congratulating the organizers of this panel for trying as much as possible to be gender sensitive and having one female on a panel of 6 men. I think you tried hard. But my simple and straight question, and Afande Jano, thank you so much for the background you gave us. It really gives us a clear understanding of the mission and vision behind RIB. But I want to ask you a specific question. If you're given to make a choice between two individuals, a trained personnel in law enforcement, security, and an expert in IT, cybercrime, well-trained also in that field, and you're supposed to make a choice between the two. Take only one choice. Don't play politics and say you're going to choose two. You're only given a chance to select one person of the two. Given the nature of the mandate that you have, who would be a priority for you now? Thank you.
Complex question. All right. Well, as he ponders on that, Magnus at the back from the media fraternity, your hand was quite persistent earlier, so let's take your question and we'll end with the student on this side.
Hello, everyone. I think, Ms. Moderator, you have not been fair with us who are behind. Okay, my name is Moses Machar, Malo Machar. I'm a student of law from ILPD, Institute of Legal Practice and Development. I would like to ask a question on cybersecurity, and I would direct my question to Charles Onyango. So, as African, we actually don't have our own media that is rooted in our own culture that we African can manage by ourselves. So, like, our media is dominated by Facebook, WhatsApp, and all these giant African, American media. So, as African, what can we do to have our own media that we can manage by ourselves? Thank you.
Just one more person and we'll go to the answers. There's Magnus at the back over there with the white paper book waving. We'll take one since we've had already a student, and then we'll go to the answers. Magnus, keep it short.
Yes, my name is Magnus Mazimaka from Tarifa. My question goes to three gentlemen. There is the general from RDF, SG, RIB, and there's one who is not on the panel, but the IGP. I would request that he makes a contribution. I have some information about each and everyone there. For those who don't know, I'm an investigative journalist, so I pick interest in these kind of people. I would like for them to share with us what kind of values do you have. For the record, we know that we are among the least corrupt country on the continent, which means the gentlemen I'm talking about and the institution they work for play a big role to that kind of success. And you said that criminals have resources, very resourceful, and they're very powerful. How do you keep your hands off them? How do you maintain the kind of values? With the information I know and the kind of, let's say for the gentlemen and ladies who are here, these are among the most, the least paid people in the region. Looking at the salaries, I know them. Compared to the IGP in Uganda, Kenya, you cannot compare with the IGP here. How do you maintain the values? How do you keep your hands off these criminals and succeed? How do you do it?
Very interesting questions. Thank you so much. Gatete will have to come back to you in the second round. Let's make sure they still have the questions top of mind. We'll start with Afande. There was a very interesting question posed to you and a vote for you to render. So I guess we'll start there.
Thank you very much. The question from Arthur is a very easy one. I'll not think twice. I choose the expert in cyber because I have police with me who will enforce, who will support me in physical security and whatever law enforcement task that may arise. So the expert who will help me gathering evidence for the prosecution is the one that I need more. So, do I answer Tarifa or?
Yes, please go ahead and then we'll move downwards. Yes.
Okay, thank you. How do we maintain values? Thank you for complimenting us that we have values. We don't operate in a vacuum. It's the environment that shapes us. In Rwanda, there is corruption because we have cases, but the good news is that it is not systematic. So it's individual people that take risk to take bribes or whatever. So being a leader in Rwanda, you can't afford to, you can't survive if you are corrupt because the whole society, the Rwandan community will judge you. Today you are saying that if you had some hint that one of us is corrupt, I'm very sure I would have denounced it long ago. So the environment we operate in also helps us keep integrity. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to Brigadier General.
Thank you. I'll begin with the question that was asked about the regional mechanism. What's not working and what would we do differently? What's not working is, I think, something that we mentioned from yesterday. where there is disunity in decision-making processes, and which affects in many ways people in conflict. So when we have one or two players in the region who are against the intervention to save human lives, then a regional undertaking lags behind, does not take measures, quick measures to respond. And we have shown that bilateral engagements move much faster than regional mechanisms. You saw how fast we moved into Mozambique versus the speed at which I think was also instigated by our deployment. SADC, as a regional outfit, came right after us, which should have been the other way around, if you were to ask me. But the bureaucracies involved also played a part in delaying the process. So what would we do differently? It's a simple question. And the simple answer is we should work together and ensure that we have a united approach in saving lives. And we should prioritize saving lives as at the top of the agenda in interventions. Then the police officer asked about modus operandi today, given the changing technologies, and how to create a positive narrative of peace and security in Africa. The media has a very strong role. I think that question should have actually been asked to the media practitioners, but I will just jump in because I'm a spokesperson. So I'm basically also in the business of creating narratives. It is important that we all act together as a continent, because we are disjointed when it comes to creating an effective narrative against these groups that we are talking about. And the divisions that we have, the inherent divisions that we have as a continent, are also creating a very unstable narrative. So we need to work together to improve that. And the gentleman from Somalia who asked about how Rwanda can engage regional bodies to share their experiences. We are doing that. We are doing that quite a lot. We have regional, we participate in regional undertakings, the East African community being one of them. Right now, as we speak, we are actually hosting a joint exercise in Nyachinama. And this is one of the mechanisms in which we share our experiences so that we can effectively deal with conflict in our region. Then the question from Magnus about the values of RDF. The values of integrity, loyalty, selfless service, and so on and so forth, that enable us to remain uncorrupt. I think it is also to do with the leadership that inculcates a culture, and the punitive measures that are taken to deal with those who go against the rules and norms and regulations of the defense forces. You have already seen how many things we have. I was reading in the social media a lot of criticisms about how we punish certain things. But I want to tell you that in our institution as a military, if you let such things operate unabated and discouraged, the ones that I will not repeat, that led to the dismissal of specific soldiers and generals, then the military would not be as good as you want it to be. So it's a contradiction. You want people to be very efficient at what they do, and you're criticizing the establishment for taking very strong measures against, weaknesses, things that create weaknesses in the system. So if you want a good product at the end of it all, then you have to be strict about it. Thank you very much.
Very well said. We'll now move on to, I'll request you to kindly switch off your microphone. Let us have your microphone off. And the floor is yours, Charles.
Yes, very quickly to Haggai. It's one of the most authoritative reports on media in the world now is the Reuters report. And I think this year's version came out on Tuesday. And it says something very contradictory. It says that most people below 30 don't read the news primarily because it is negative. So, you know, they have all these indices of avoid. And it is so shocking that in terms of engagement with the news, they were measuring that the number has fallen from 44% to 22%. So, which tells you that the solution is very simple. Just publish good news and happy news. Because they say that a lot of younger people, because of mental health, will only read positive news, which is the total contradiction. If you went to journalism school when I did, we had this motto that if it bleeds, it leads. In other words, if there's blood over it, then that is front page stuff. So we just have to unlearn that. So, you know, we just make it a much more pleasurable experience for particularly the younger readers. And then, you know, the comrade from ILDP, why don't we have, I presume you're saying, why don't we have an African equivalent of a Facebook or Twitter and things like that? Or leave alone that, the equivalent of a BBC or a CNN. We don't. But there have been many efforts before. So the problem has not been that Africa hasn't tried. The problem is that it has tried and failed. And so if you ask how do we succeed, honestly, I don't know. My own hope is that we now have a lot of innovation work. I sit on a board of a very clever media innovation lab in Nairobi called Baraza Media Lab. I am seeing some very incredible innovative work coming out there. I've visited North Kenya, which the non-Rwandans here, I think, should take on an opportunity to go and visit. It is an innovation enterprise hub. And it is very interesting, some of the things that are being done there. So I am optimistic that we are going to have an answer in, within the next 5 years. But we have a long record of disappointing failure. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. We'll hand the mic now to Mr. Goloba. There were some questions directed to you.
I actually think that the two questions into which I was tagged have been answered satisfactorily in my assessment by Brigadier Rivanga and Charles. I don't think I should waste people's time by adding anything.
Are we comfortable with that? Yes? Okay. Swiftly, we'll move on to the tech side of things, and the floor is yours, sir. Yes, there were some questions, especially directed to the PS. I guess we'll start there.
Thank you. I think the retired colonel did ask about what are we doing to introduce younger people to this awareness, but also the skills that they need to operate in this digital world. So the Ministry of ICT and Innovation works very closely with the Ministry of Education. There are government-wide efforts to bring connectivity to schools that are not yet connected, but also to bring smart classrooms to make sure that there's actually the infrastructure. At the same time, there is a wide program on digital literacy, not only for the students in primary and secondary, but also for the teachers. That is scaling. This year alone, we are looking at 80,000 students and 10,000 teachers being certified in a particular digital literacy course, which has an element of cybersecurity. So the efforts are there, they are scaling. One of the other efforts we have is actually introducing coding and robotics. We are eyeing at about 100 schools this year and then scale hopefully to many more schools where we already have smart classrooms and connectivity, and we continue to scale across the country. The idea is that beyond just the awareness of operating safely within a digital platform, it's actually now thinking about what are we designing, how are we leveraging technology to create our own solutions so that we can be able to secure the future we're going into. Thank you.
It looks like the two panelists have nothing to add. That leaves a few more minutes for us to take maybe 3 more questions. That's if the panelists are okay with that. We appreciate your patience. All right. Let's see. I am told we need ladies to speak up. I'm the only one here. Let's have some some more female voices join me. We'll start with Gatete over here. Could we have a microphone, please? And what?
So much confusion in this room. Yesterday, my former classmate Kabumba said we shared accommodation, and now it seems people are confusing me to have a fluid gender orientation.
1 man, 2 women.
And so my question is, so because we're discussing security and cyber, so social media is becoming increasingly influential, and it's influencing geopolitics globally. And in this region we have, we had the genocide in Rwanda against the Tutsi, and we see genocide ideology and so on rising in the region. And social media is not only is it influencing hate speech, but it is also influencing geopolitics on that issue. So the focus, now social media influences what the focus is on. So once again, I'm seeing that killing Tutsi there's no consequence to it, and it's in no one's priority in the region. And I'm wondering what measures, and I feel, and when I look at the social media, I see that the strategy to counter it is not clear. When I wake up one morning, I have nothing else to do. I go on social media and do my bit. So does anyone else. But this is an existential threat to security and peace. And it seems the people who are fostering and advancing genocide ideology have a stronger strategy and are more successful in harnessing media and cyber and technology than we are. So there's a challenge. My question is directed to, now I can't tell if it's Lieutenant General or if it's, so women in Rwanda are corrupt by our army spokesperson. That's why they keep promoting him to So my question is to Afande Gwivanga and Afande Jano and the journalists and the Ministry of, basically it's to the entire panel. Thank you.
We won't have enough time for the entire panel, but I will have the question directed to you, sir. Let's take the ladies. We had, yes.
Thank you. I'm Superintendent of Police, Dative Ribageza from Rwanda. I had a question before, but it seems it was tackled by one of the predecessors. Just to highlight on it, there is what called prior restraint. And if I'm not mistaken, it's a form of censorship, consensorship that allows the government to review and prevent some of the contents from printed materials if the content not constructive, if I may say. So now, I know that Rwanda has laws and regulations that allows the judiciary to take some actions against individuals and entities that spread false or propagandas on social media. But if you look at the, if I use YouTube or WhatsApp, they are not printed, and if I'm not mistaken, there is no known measures. Come back to my country, Rwanda. I want to ask if there is any other censorship or partnership or cooperation between the owners of those social medias so that maybe can help us to prevent, as it refers to the prior restraint, which is only related to the printed materials. My question is, how can we promote more responsible and ethical use of social media for sustainable peace and security in Africa? My question goes to the peers and even journalists that are around. They can take, I think they are well positioned and had voice that can advocate against the hate speeches and the propaganda that we normally see around us on the social media. Thank you so much.
Thank you. There was a lady on the same side in uniform at the back. At the back. Oh. At the back? Yes, I was looking for you. There you are. Okay. Apologies. If time allows, I am going to be able to take at least one more question. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm Senior Superintendent Cecilia Ntukule from Malawi. For me, it's a general question going to the law enforcement agencies. We've seen that technology and the use of social media, it can be both positive and negative. So in adaptation to this new age of social media and technology attraction, how can these two tools be leveraged in law enforcement in enhancing justice, security, as well as promoting peace in Africa? I'm giving it to the law enforcement agencies. Thank you.
All right, now we'll start with the law enforcement agencies and we'll work our way to the tech side of things. We have under 10 minutes, so I'll request the answers to stay brief.
Thank you. For the technology, the available technology, how do we embrace the technology, the artificial intelligence in handling crime? It's true that we are a bit behind the criminals. Criminals are ahead of us, actually, because for them, they have nothing else to do apart from, we have got cases where people, inmates in our detention facilities, used to commit crimes using telephones that they managed to access illegally. They spend the whole day trying to search how to access people's addresses and accounts, and so what I can say is that there are efforts to train more, to get more equipped, but criminals still are ahead of us. But the good thing is that we have law on our side. Whenever they are caught, they answer. But as I think some of the panelists talked about exploiting those characters who have passion in IT to transform them into, to put them on our side in fighting crime. Theoretically, it is good. We see it in movies, but practically, those people have very negative mind. When you recruit them, you just give them a platform to get more access to victims. So we take it with caution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My question was from Gatete, asking about social media and hate speech in the region. And he was asking what strategy do we have to counter this kind of hate speech and genocide denial. And I will just answer this in a few words. We have to have a multi-sectoral or multi-organizational response mechanism. This is not something that can be done by one entity. The RDF can, present facts about hate speech on its website, but we need influencers like you, Gatete, to pick that and expound on it with facts and evidence, in order to show that actually this exists. So to think that it is one organization that should deal with this problem is to miss the fact. We need a multi-sector or multi-organizational response mechanism to deal with this problem. And media influencers play a very significant part in this endeavor. Thank you.
However, I'll throw something back to you. You said something that is quite key. You said facts and evidence. And I think sometimes there are some influencers, I've seen Gatete do that are right on point. However, there's some well-wishers that just make the problem even worse. So perhaps a training for those that are interested. I know for sure I'll be seated front row. We'll move on to Charles. There was a question for you.
Yeah, but all has to do with social media. There is, I think with social media, you should learn from the best. And the best people at social media are terrorists. So the good people have to learn from the bad guys. And one of the reasons why Al-Qaeda was very, very successful, and even Al-Shabaab, they do this very emotive, if you compare them to anything that Ronnie can do, Ronnie would put you to sleep in the first 10 seconds. But those guys are really very good. So I think that just let us learn from the best and steal their methods. And right now, fortunately, depending on your view of the war in Ukraine, the best guys at these are the Ukrainians. They are really very good. So you've got to be slick. Ronnie, you can be multi-sectoral, but you have to put in the money, and to tell the creative story. Gatete, yes, it's it's really disturbing the stuff you see, particularly coming out of RDC, and the fact that you are right. This normalization of genocide or killing the Tutsis now just breakfast talk. So it's been very successful, but those guys do things which the good guys don't do, and we just have to learn their methods. We have to pull at the heartstrings. The good guys have to work at it longer and harder. At 5 o'clock, the good guys log off. The bad guys are still at it up to midnight and beyond. So I think that's some easy pickings there.
Mr. Goloba. This time you cannot say Charles said everything you're thinking about.
Frankly, I don't know if my thoughts about this are well developed, but the issue that Gatete raised, I think, goes beyond what one can do about propagators of hate speech. Because if you look at the DRC and the history of the conflict that we are looking at right now, say from 2012, momentum for any action in the DRC seems to always come from outside Africa or outside the region. Until the big powers start talking about hate speech and how it should be stopped, we can talk about it and become blue in the face, but nothing really seems to happen. So the DRC government and the people around it who are propagating hate speech have been allowed by international actors to do this, while the same international actors are turning their gaze of condemnation to the actual victims of the violence. Now, what can we in this room, what can we in this region do about this? I really don't know. I mean, it's something that I think about quite a lot. But if you look at it carefully, if you look at Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, all these human rights groups, they are very happy to focus on M23 and even create things about M23 that are non-existent. But they are not addressing the other violent groups in the DRC. They are not addressing hate speech. It's always M23 and Rwanda. And as Charles said, I mean, they have large networks. They are at it all the time. I don't think we are as organized as they are. Can we get that organized? Questions of resources come in, questions of multi-actor networks being created, those come in, but yeah, it's a difficult issue to respond to, but yeah, I do look at it, I do think about it, and sometimes all one can do is despair.
Phil, but you've been quiet for a long time now. I think it's about time we had something from you.
I'm reflecting to the question asked by Gatete. I think it was asked to the whole panel. And in relation to the era of artificial intelligence, this problem of genocide denial is going to be even compounded by the fact that artificial intelligence is powered by machine learning. So machines will learn from whatever they are able to collect online. And the output so they can even contribute to that hate speech and genocide denial because that's the content they find. So when he said that the bad guys are doing better than us, it's actually very concerning. And I think General Roni talked about the mechanism. I think the mission is clear. Even the means are there. But what is the mechanism that we can use? And what comes to mind is, how do we enlist all the people who have, ideological clarity, goodwill, to be part of that counteracting that negative narrative? And I think, there was a time where I was thinking, and PS can also tell something about us, about that, is since we are not going to invent another Facebook, it will be difficult, or another Twitter. But we have all these young people who are connected. How can you think about like a competition to write short essays, tweets, blogs about countering genocide denial? And you collect so much, you can even pay just one winner, but thousands of people will be in the competition because they all hope to win that prize. And the content generated, because it is published, it is going to feed into the AI and machine learning, and it may evade the human understanding or reading. No one can make sense of thousands upon thousands of submissions, but those AI and search engine will capture it. I think this is an instance where volume matters more than quality. Although we can even, improve on quality of those publications, but the volume of voices saying the right thing matters a lot in the age of AI. Thanks.
Before we go to the peers, a foundational, yes.
Yeah, I wanted to comment on social media because it's a serious problem to law enforcement, especially that the nonsense that is posted on social media attracts more viewers. And we are talking about the people with good intentions countering it, but nobody is interested in the sense, something that is making sense. We are all here busy sharing nonsense or hate speeches or videos that we share. But when it is something that is making sense, you read it, sometimes you read half of it because you know the reality. But the nonsense is attracting more people, more viewers, and is encouraging social media runners to even post more. For Rwandans, you know, someone called a comedian called the one who was accused of defilement, Ndimbati. Ndimbati is someone who does not represent any, he doesn't have anything attracting. But when he was he was set free by the court, he became a star. Everyone, the whole town was neutralized. So I was just illustrating the way social media nonsense attracts people. So I think maybe efforts should be put on educating people. You can be attracted by those negative things posted, but we should make sure that it does not influence the behaviors by maybe educating. I don't know. I have no solution, but that is the dangerous aspect of social media. Thank you.
Thank you, Foundation. We'll now go to the peers, but IGP, there was a question that was posed earlier, and I'm happy to repeat the question but after we hear from the peers. So I just wanted to give you heads up, or do you want to respond to it now before we proceed? Okay, thank you.
About the question. Is it about values?
It's about values and how they keep law enforcement from crime.
Corruption.
And corruption, yes. That was the gist of it.
And that was from Magnus Mazimaka. First of all, I associate myself with the answers given by General Rwivanga and SG Jano on that question. But Magnus, we cannot be value-driven forces and services if we don't originate from a values-driven society and values-driven leadership. It cannot work. Secondly, and as far as Rwanda is concerned, we are values-driven, and we come from values-driven society and leadership. But more importantly, we have tested as Rwanda the cost and related pain of the opposite. We tested it some time back. People have referred to it in this. So the issue is not, it's less about how we keep these values. It's where we get these values from and how embedded they are and institutionalized in our forces and our members. I can tell you with a lot of comfort that
if we were to come only from values-driven society and the leadership is not value-driven, we may not sustain it. But the important connecting factor is that the leadership is so in that and ensuring that we are values-driven. And it is sustained by the fact that we come from a society that is that. So it becomes also simple for us who lead these institutions now to keep them. The amount of money we are paid notwithstanding. Thank you.
Thank you, IGP. We'll now close with the PS. If we could get your responses. There were a lot of questions directed your way.
Thank you. There were many, but I think I would relate to what Phil alluded to in terms of content creation, as well as the question around, I think the Superintendent of Police asked about censorship. Maybe starting from there are technical capabilities to do so, but I don't think overly censoring this content is the right approach either. I think what's important is to look at what are the laws and the regulations that govern content and harmful content. And I think it was talked about earlier, engaging these technology companies to have takedown policies and having a clear mechanism to flag and to identify and flag content that is deemed harmful, and being able to have a relationship with these technology companies to be able to have that mechanism expedited. But at the same time, it goes with also the question about how do we create our own platforms. I think unfortunately, technology create a borderless global community. So it would be the same if you talk about closing your own borders and sort of siloed yourself in your own community. So I think these global platforms are here; they're not going anywhere. The question is, how are we choosing to play? And I think an example of what Phil suggested: how do we create, better content that is essentially countering the harmful content, the hate speech that we are seeing. I think that could be also one way to go about it. But, the technology capabilities, the AI, the cybersecurity kind of capabilities can allow to technically adapt to those challenges. But I think, again, it's the choices that you have to make while remaining an active participant in the global community. Thank you.
Thank you, PS. And on that note, we have to come to the end of our first session today. Please join me in warmly thanking our panelists. It has been a dynamic conversation, a cocktail of experiences and suggestions behind those experiences and so much more. And to yourselves, to the audience, thank you so much for being present, for engaging with the panel. If we could also appreciate ourselves for that. And the IGP, who was kind enough to respond, even though he was not on the panel. Thank you. I will, in a second, hand over back to the MC, but I want to once again just reckon the words that were shared yesterday and throughout this entire panel. The answers are with us. And in this room are different stakeholders, from law enforcement to the justice sector. We have civil society. We do have champions of peace, security, and justice in the room. We have members of the press, we have academics, we have all that we need to get to the destination that we want. Thank you so much, and back to you, MC.
Thank you very much, moderator. Kindly join me to also welcome the moderator for moderating such a relatively big panel, but even the content and the information what we got was equally big. So thank you, moderator. We are now going to have a 20-minute health and a coffee break before we reconvene back again here for the last panel, panel 4. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister of Justice, distinguished invited guests, welcome back from the health break. We are now going to proceed with the fourth panel. And this panel will be exploring the sub-theme of fostering justice for a safer Africa. This fourth panel will be moderated by Ms. Berna Namata. Before I hand over the floor to her, allow me to acquaint you with her bio. Ms. Namata is a renowned journalist in Rwanda. She has worked in the media industry for over a decade. She currently works in Rwanda for the Kenyan-based Nation Media Group's popular regional weekly newspaper, The East African. She holds a Master of Arts in Media and Communication from the City University of London, United Kingdom. She also has a Master of Arts in International Communication at the Communication University of China, Beijing. She also has a Bachelor of Arts in Social Sciences from Makerere University in Uganda. She's based in Kigali, Rwanda. Please join me to welcome the moderator, Ms. Namata, on the floor.
Thank you so much, MC, for your kind introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed panelists, all protocol observed, it is my great honor to stand before you to moderate this session, which will be discussing and focusing on fostering justice for Africa. As we know, Africa is a continent with rich history. It's been a beacon of hope and resilience. We have spoken about Africa Rising. We don't always agree on Africa Rising, but we can see proof that is Africa Rising in this country. But we cannot shy away from our challenges as a continent. We still have an Africa that faces challenges regarding justice and security. We see pockets of instability around us. And so the panel coming will be giving us perspective on how we can share experience, not just within the continent, but also at the international level. Today's panel brings together experts from different backgrounds, advocates and change makers with quite a diverse background, all united by a shared determination to foster justice and security across Africa. Each panelist will bring unique experiences, which I hope will enrich our discussion and inspire us to think creatively about the Africa we want. I insist on the Africa we want. Let us begin to reflect on the Africa we want and the role of each one of us. So allow me to set the ground rules for this session. Each panelist will have a maximum of 10 minutes to share their thoughts, 10 minutes maximum. After that, we'll have one question for each panelist before we dive into the discussion. Again, ground rules. We will begin at the back with the students so that we really hear back from you as students. This session is for you. Try as much as you can as each panelist is making their presentation to think about what you want to ask them. So students, this session is really for you. I insist we'll begin at the back. When you're given a microphone, please straight to the point. No thesis, straight to the point. You have 1 second of moment to just straight to the point, raise your question. Yeah, and so those are the ground rules for this session. Allow me now to invite the distinguished panelists for this session. I will not read their CVs. Rwanda National Police already did us a good favor and printed this. You can read more about each one of them from this, so I will not read about their extensive work. At that point, allow me to invite the first panelist, Professor Alfred Bizoza from the University of Rwanda, who will be discussing human security-oriented policies and their role in fostering peace in Africa. A round of applause for him. The next distinguished panelist is Dr. Yusta Kaitesi, the Chief Executive Officer of the Rwanda Governance Board, who will be discussing justice and homegrown solutions in Rwanda, sharing lessons learned, challenges, and opportunities. The next distinguished panelist who will be making a virtual presentation is Alice Mwarimu Deritu, who is the Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide at the United Nations. We will kickstart shortly with her presentation, but before that, let's have Mr. Donald Omondi there from the Pan-African Lawyers Union, who will be discussing strengthening justice institutions for a peaceful Africa. A round of applause. We'll begin this session with a virtual presentation by the Special Advisor on Prevention of Genocide at the UN. And this presentation comes at a time when we're seeing heightened tensions, and as clearly highlighted in the previous session, we see that 30 years later, the threat and the crime of genocide is still alive within our region. So as we discuss a safer Africa, we thought this special intervention by the Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide at the UN will just give us context to give us that a safer Africa today must be able to decisively deal with the crime of genocide. Thank you. If you could please have the video.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and great pleasure to address you today, and I thank the Rwanda National Police for inviting me to this event. I've been asked to provide my perspective on how building and strengthening justice institutions is a critical factor for a safer Africa. Let me start by saying that these are most compelling questions for two reasons. First, in my previous role as a mediator of armed conflict, I saw the ravages of war and violence in many parts of the world. I have traversed the world and witnessed firsthand the desperate search for justice by victims. Without justice, there cannot be reconciliation. There cannot be rebuilding. There cannot be peace. Second, accountability and reconciliation are central to my work as Special Advisor to the United Nations Secretary General on the Prevention of Genocide. Our collective pledge not to forget and hold accountable perpetrators of atrocity crimes, by which I mean genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity, constitutes a commitment to prevent. And a peaceful and safer world means a world without atrocity crimes. So, distinguished guests, Rwanda is a country of historical significance to the existence of my mandate. The genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda in 1994 is a clear reminder of why the position I hold was created, to prevent genocide. Accountability for atrocity crimes is important, not only to obtain justice for the victims and rebuild trust in justice and security institutions, but also to prevent recurrence and build the foundations of safer societies and peaceful coexistence. Transitional justice processes are also an important element of accountability, as they promote reconciliation and contribute to sustainable peace. Strengthening justice means that accountability initiatives are neither limited to seeking justice for the crimes committed by any one perpetrator nor for the crimes committed against any single community. Rather, it is essential that those who bear individual responsibility for any crimes are brought to justice universally. Rwanda is an example of a strong foundation for a justice system that seeks to end impunity and to ensure that all perpetrators are held accountable. 29 years after the genocide against the Tutsi, significant steps towards justice and accountability for past crimes have been achieved both in Rwandan courts and before the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda, even if more remains to be done. The mechanism of the Office of the Prosecutor at the United Nations International Residual Mechanism for Criminal Tribunals continues to provide support to Rwandan authorities in prosecuting suspected nationals in domestic courts for genocide-related crimes. I urge all member states to also ensure that all possible efforts are undertaken to continue the implementation of the completion strategy of the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda and support justice for the victims of the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. A most welcome development has been the arrest, at last, of Fulgence Kayishema last month. This arrest means so much for the victims and survivors, including respect for their dignity, safety, and long-lasting peace. I would like to salute the excellent work done by the police and investigators in tracking down genocidaires and other perpetrators of atrocity crimes across the world. Felicien Kabuga was caught after 26 years on the run. In the recent past, Nazi criminals, including one who was 101 years old, as well as many more in their 90s, have been convicted in German courts for the role they played in the Holocaust. In Bosnia-Herzegovina, Ratko Mladic, who remained at large for 16 years, was caught and convicted for genocide and crimes against humanity. Behind these arrests are years of painstaking work by investigators. The holding to account for crimes committed years ago is important. In the trials, the world gets to remember and to add new knowledge on what happened during the genocides. Trials provide history lessons for many who may not understand how genocides are perpetrated. Trials also have important lessons on how structural and systemic the systems that support individual genocidaires are. They teach us that a genocide is a process, a planned process that is not spontaneous. The hunt to bring genocidaires to account may take many years. However, we all learn, when they are caught, that choices to participate in genocides have consequences, however long it takes. I encourage you to never give up in searching for genocidaires. As is common knowledge, many indicted people are still at large. Martin Luther King Jr. reminded us that the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. The important work needed to bring those indicted people to justice might take time, but we need it more than ever to make change a reality. Finally, it is important to take steps against genocide denial. Genocide denial continues to present clear risks to international peace and security and the enjoyment of fundamental human rights. Denial and distortion of genocide and other atrocities harms victims and survivors of these crimes. It can advance negative stereotypes of individuals or groups based on their identity explicitly or implicitly. And it can also constitute incitement to discrimination, hostility, or violence, which is prohibited under international human rights law. Denial of atrocity crimes is a warning sign of the enduring presence of conditions that allowed for violence to erupt in the past. It impedes accountability and can enhance perpetrators' ability to fuel further hatred and violence. Many governments have adopted strategies, programs, and policies to combat genocide denial and distortion and mitigate its harmful impact. These include the introduction of genocide education projects targeting educators, public servants, and other stakeholders, and public messaging by key figures rejecting genocide denial. Many countries around the world also enforce laws generally prohibiting advocacy of racial, religious, or national hatred that constitutes incitement to hostility, discrimination, or violence, and have applied this to particularly egregious cases of expression denying genocides. We must keep emphasizing that crimes are committed by individuals, not by societies or communities. This is why criminal accountability and court adjudication of criminal allegations is so important. Working for individual accountability and countering allegations of collective guilt are processes that must go hand in hand. Justice is based on collective efforts which require reconciliation amongst divided communities, education on past crimes, and remembrance of the victims. I want to conclude by emphasizing that we shall never allow the world to forget the victims of the crime of genocide. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope this special presentation by the Special Envoy on Genocide reminds all of us our responsibility in fighting genocide denial, in trying to ensure that in our small spaces, we fight the denial. Because think about it. Everybody in this room is on social media. What do you do when you see genocide denial? Do you respond to it, or do you think it is the responsibility of government or Rwanda National Police to deal with it? That's food for thought. With that, let's move into the first presentation by Dr. Alfred, which will be focusing on the link between policy and human security. And the question to him as he comes to make the presentation is, how can policies be oriented towards human security? Now, we had agreed that we would not have any more podium, but we are making an exception for him because we were just discussing with my mentor, Charles, that without data, you're just a guy with an opinion. He convinced us that he has data, so it's not just an opinion. Very briefly, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, honorable ministers, dear esteemed audience, I requested this. One reason is that as an economist, it's very difficult to talk without numbers. Number two, it's very difficult to talk without a figure or a graph. So I will just use some of them to support some of the statements I'm going to make without going to details. This can be shared. And also, this is a challenging space because most of the aspect has been already discussed from the previous panels. What I'm going to do is to add value to the discussion. Responding to the question that was asked, what are the human security-related policies in Africa and how they contribute to peace in Africa? There is also another challenge, is that we consider Africa as homogeneous. Yes, it's homogeneous as a continent, but when it comes to policies, programs, leadership, you will agree with me that there are more differences, though there are also some commonalities. This has been already addressed, issue of globalization. Whether we like it or not, we are already in. But what do we gain from it as far as strengthening policies that support sustainable peace and also development in our continent? Number two, though we are in globalization, we don't have to avoid maintaining our competitive advantage. So what do we have as Africa that we maintain, though we are opening the gates for different sectors or different collaborations, but where are we competitive? So I think we need also to come to the question and reflect, what do we sell to the world? What do we maintain as Africa? This has been also well elaborated, where we see the interconnection between different dimensions of human security. So when we talk about these different policies, we are talking policies that are going to help responding to deficiencies we see in each of these dimensions, starting from the economic security, food security, which I think we even discussed this last year again in the same symposium. We look at health security. We had from the Brigadier General Gwivang when he was talking about providing services to the community. I think these are the areas that will come to play a big role to ensure that there is peace and also sustainable development. You also talk about environmental security, personal security, community security, and also political security, which most of the countries in Africa tend to be biased on and forget the other dimensions that we are talking about. And yet they're also interconnected. One question is to also respond whether peace is an outcome to sustainable development, or it is also an input to sustainable development. I think that's basically this message comes out as both are strongly connected and interlinked. Let me also use some trends in measurements of peacefulness of different regions, including Africa. You would see that using the Global Peace Index, you see that the 3 areas that are used to measure peacefulness, we still lag behind when it comes to safety and security, to ongoing conflict. You can see also militarization, though it has improved a little bit, but still we see challenges coming out. So you could see that when you look at the map, where we see the red, you can see Africa, most part of it is also red to ensure, to reflect that we are not doing well when it comes to safety, security, and when it comes also to management of conflict. So you could also relate these areas of measurements of peacefulness with the different categories of policies that are likely to be implemented or that are being implemented in Africa. On the aspect of safety and security, we see, for instance, social protection policies, employment policies, those policies that are meant to create jobs for majority of people, especially the youth. And you will see who is an actor, an active actor when there is a conflict or when there is a war. You will still find that the recruitment is not targeting the old people, they only target young people and the youth. So the more you have employment policies to ensure that they are not laggards and they have occupation, so in that case you are also fostering the notion of peace in the long run. We have also social cohesion policies, regional integration policies, national security policies. I will just talk briefly again. There are many in Africa, but I try to cluster them in different categories. So let's look at the social protection policies that are meant to support youth, to support vulnerable people, to support people with disabilities, to ensure that there is inclusion in the country. These social protection schemes, you will see them in different parts of Africa, but to what extent are they effective to address those challenges remains a question. You will see that more spending is also going to...
You have 5 minutes.
Yes, I will make it. The most of the budget goes to the financing of how to deal with those conflicts and war, which is meant to go again to economic activities. We all know that CADEP declaration was to have at least 10% of the total budget allocated to agriculture, but most of the countries are lagging behind. They are around 5%. So where goes the other budget? So look at regional integration programs and policies. To what extent are they effective? Look at the Eastern African Community, look at COMESA, look at SADC. All these platforms and regional blocks are meant to contribute to the betterment and to the human security. But when it comes to implement some of these joint interventions, you will see how much time it takes. Taking an example of the railway project, which most of you are familiar, how long this has been taking for us to start implementing it. So this reflects the extent to which different countries have also different levels of urgency in addressing the common challenges and common issues, which in turn would also contribute to sustainable peace and also development. Look at the economic empowerment programs and policies, especially looking at the very marginalized people, the youth, the women, the people with disabilities. we still find that there are more challenges in this particular area. As I try to conclude, let me look at the benefits. If, for instance, these policies are effective, what do we gain? For instance, peaceful countries, when there is an increment in peace, you would find that there is also an improvement in GDP of about 2.7% as an average. And then you would also see the correlation between peace and also economic development, which is around 84%. It shows that there is a strong linkage that I have already mentioned. So the human security, the more there is peacefulness, you also find the value of business. You also have the trade and openness. You also find the social governance. So what are the costs? Let me use one graph here to show you how are we losing when we don't invest in maintaining peace or in providing peace. You will see that 12 African countries are in the top 30 countries that are economically affected by the violence. You will see, for instance, South Sudan, we have almost 41% of the total GDP. You will find we have also Central African Republic of 37% of the total GDP is considered as the cost of violence. That means that this is what we are losing when there is no sustainable peace. And you could also, the areas of violence that are reflected, and you see the Sub-Saharan Africa, mostly you find that we have the armed conflict, we have also the violent crime, homicide, and suicide. So that shows you exactly how we are losing. We are losing a lot in case there is no sustainable measures to ensure that there is a sustainable peace. I want also to draw this reflection as I continue.
You have 2 minutes, please.
Yes, 2 minutes, I will make it. So, but I also take that second. Maybe more time is dedicated to show some of the challenges we are facing, but are we allocating the same time to reflect on solutions? Are we allocating the same amount of time to discuss the potential solutions to our challenges? So the blame game from the history, I think, it should not stop, but what do we learn from the history? And should we continue to blame the countries that have colonized Africa? Now it's more than 60 years that Africa is in the hands of Africans. What are we doing with that? Number two, we have seen different barriers that restrain the effective implementation of these policies. I will mention a few. One is the governance. This has been already talked about, where a president in one of the nations is trying to maintain the position just to ensure that he's on the position at the cost of the population. And some presidents tend to also create chaos in their countries to justify the longevity or the long-term mandate they need to take. The governance aspect is very critical. The third one, as I conclude, the capacity building of the community and citizens. Do we have citizens who are capable to think critically on the options offered, either through the policies or either through the operations? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Prof. Well done. Allow me to recognize the presence of the Honorable Minister Alfred Gasana, the Minister of Interior for Rwanda. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. It's a pleasure. Let's proceed to the next presentation by Dr. Eusta Kaitesi. If you could briefly give us a sense of the homegrown solutions and the lessons learned in the process and challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bana. I want to thank the leadership of the Rwanda National Police and the college for the opportunity to come and learn and share knowledge and participate. It's always a privilege to be at the college. And I'm going to start with the law, not to justify myself. Yesterday, the Vice Chancellor told me that he found us in a team of mostly lawyers, and he said there is a group of lawyers and a social scientist. assuming that I have become a social scientist. And I'm happy to be both. I think that's a lot of diversity. So I'm going to start with the Constitution of the Republic of Rwanda that I find very fundamental with the embedment of what we do and how we do it. Article 11 of the Constitution of the Republic of Rwanda was introduced in the reforms in 2015, but as a capturing of what we had had before. Because in the Constitution, when it was initially designed in 2003, we had some of these homegrown solutions. We had the Gacaca courts. Eventually, we had the Abunzi committees, mediation committees then. And then we had also the national dialogue, the three of which are some of the oldest homegrown solutions that we have used. So Article 11 was introduced as a principle and an idea to capture that. And I'll just read it. It reads that in order to build the nation, promote national culture, and restore dignity, Rwandans, based on their values, initiate homegrown mechanisms to deal with matters that concern them. Homegrown solution, as per this article, is not a matter of the past, but a matter of engagement and how we do it. I will also read another article that I really, really love, Article 48, on participation in the development of the country. It says that the state has the duty to put in place development strategies for its citizens. And then it creates an obligation for us as citizens. It says all Rwandans have the duty to participate in the development of the country through their dedication to work, safeguarding peace, democracy, equality, and social justice, as well as to participate in the defense of their country. Now, when you look at the theme of the current dialogue, I think Article 48 creates a collective obligation on all of us. For the security forces, for the diversity that sits in this room, we have a duty to defend this country. We have a duty to do social justice. We have a duty to pursue equality, democracy, and to safeguard peace. And so, homegrown solutions have been some of the mechanisms that this country has put in place to give us the opportunity to apply that. I will also reflect it on some of the realities that this country has gone through. So I'm going to speak just about homegrown solutions, not of them as just programs, but of them as mechanisms as well. When this country made its strategic choices that have been said very clearly, if you read the Vision 2050, it says the triple positive values on which we are going to base in building this country. And that's going to be staying together, that is accountability and thinking big. And when you look at each of these homegrown solutions, they present the opportunity to pursue our togetherness by creating the space for the citizens to participate, by creating the space for the citizens to hold one another accountable, but also by creating the space for the citizens to develop and pursue a greater life. So I am going to, because my restriction initially was on justice, but it's very hard to see if any of these homegrown solutions is not responding, and I'll borrow the definition of social justice that Goloba used. None of these homegrown solutions don't respond to social justice. We are either using approaches that are creating wealth through Girinka, through Ubudehe, through all of those mechanisms. Or we are using approaches that promote accountability through Imihigo. Or we are using approaches that create our national pride through Rwanda, through Itorero ry'Igihugu. but also we are creating space for participation through Gacaca, through Umuganda, and each of those will rotate really beyond one limit. So in the lesson...
You have 5 minutes.
And I'm moving to the end of that. I'm going to end with two things. As we reflect on the contributions of these homegrown solutions, I'm going to take you to numbers, because the Vice Chancellor thinks I'm a social scientist. I'm going to confirm that numbers are also the practice of what we do. I looked at the numbers that we do with the Rwanda governance, with the citizen report card, and reflected on just one question that we don't speak about often. There is one answer that we give, and it's called SYMPOSIUM. So we ask people whether they know or don't, and I will speak about the sectors that I asked about. So we asked, of the people we asked, more than almost 10,000, only 14% of 12.6% don't know Abunzi. But 84.0% don't know MASH. MASH is a mechanism that the justice sector uses to help. 5% don't know RIB. You want me to continue? 40%, the police, everyone knows. 40.5%, 45.5%, they don't know professional bailiffs. 52%, they don't know the approaches that MASH use in legal aid. And 19% don't know the courts. Now, apart from RIB, for the powers that he has, for more than 12%, only 12% don't know Abunzi. That is participation, and I wanted to conclude with that part. Yesterday, people asked what happened to the Gacaca courts. On the 18th of June 2012, the Gacaca courts were officially closed. But in his closing statement, the president said, Gacaca courts will always be part of our legacy. And he said, why shall it be part of our legacy? Why will it continue to be part of our legacy? And if I may, I will just read that. He said the legacy of Gacaca courts will be with us for generations to come because it's part of our heritage. The practice of discussing and consensus, best captured in the Kinyarwanda phrase, kujinama, will continue to be at the center of our governance and development agenda. Now, if I may, let me say that homegrown solutions have been a space for building trust, for building community, for establishing accountability, for doing justice in a manner that we did not have an alternative, but also, very importantly, for doing social justice and allowing people not just to be consumers of justice, but also participants of justice. They've had weaknesses. We always have weaknesses. Read the books of how many wrongful convictions happen in the criminal justice system of the US. So I want to argue that the opportunity to be citizen-centric has been expanded by the opportunity of applying homegrown solutions, and it's probably the biggest lesson that Rwanda has learned. Thank you.
Thank you. You'll allow me to just ask you one question because you finished ahead of time, so I still have 2 minutes for you. And my question is about the challenge of actually getting the international community to accept these homegrown solutions, that they actually work. Because from what we had yesterday is at times they are misinterpreted, taken out of context. So if you could speak to that challenge. And then secondly, just a few years ago, we saw that for the first time, the UNDP Human Development Report made reference to these homegrown solutions. If you could speak to what that means in terms of progress and also going forward. Thank you.
Well, I think initially, before I address what the international community needs to do, and as I said earlier, the homegrown solutions in themselves are what? You must know the problem you are addressing. You must know the result you want. So the problem that we were addressing as a country was a problem of justice. I am so sure that today when you compare, and I will quote, I'll remember what the president said when he was launching the Gacaca courts 10 years in 2001. He said that if the Gacaca courts deliver as we expect, we are going to contribute to the international knowledge of doing justice. So I want to say that some of the international community rejections are mostly because it's not born there. It should start with what is the issue we are addressing, what is the issue, what is the response that we have. When you look at other places, the cour d'assises in Belgium, the jurors in the US are not different from what our Gacaca courts were, only that we required an element of integrity. For us, the condition was looking for integrity. Go and look at documentaries on the selection of jurors in the US and the kind of politics that go around it. So I want to say that usually the international community, the rejection of the international community is not the biggest thing. Let us start with the acceptance of the local community, because the participation of the community and finding the solution is core. Today you read more books actually accepting the Gacaca courts than they did accept them when we were doing them. But look at the activist line of rejecting, and let me say, the criticisms were also positive. Some of them were really bad, but they allowed us to progressively change and adjust the laws. Remember when the Gacaca courts, they started also with a pilot structure. So that I think is settled very clearly. They will always reject what is not, what is indigenous in many ways. On the Human Development Report, our homegrown solutions have been proven to have contributed in many ways in human development. And I think it reflects really on the social justice. Some of them have created human capacities through giving them the opportunity to participate. Some of them have created resources through building the actual capacities of the people, and many other skills have been learned through the process. So when you read the UNDP report, you realize that we were one of the countries that moved very fast in human development, and clearly the conclusion has been that the opportunity to use these homegrown solutions reflects the unique approach that is there. And I think that's really what has informed Rwanda's development, because these homegrown solutions reflect a contribution that builds capacity in the people.
Thank you. We'll leave it at that. Please allow us to now move to the other discussion on strengthening justice institutions for a peaceful Africa. And this is because increasingly we see a link between dysfunctional justice systems and not just weak, dysfunctional, but also ineffective with instability. Looking at the crises, the pockets, of instability right now across Africa. If you could, Mr. Omondi, speak to the question of the importance of strengthening these institutions and how that contributes to sustainable human security.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator Bana. Let me start by apologizing, and of course those who know me, like my brothers here, Honorable Emmanuel and Honorable Aimabo, is that I'm a very passionate person. Passionate in my delivery. It's in the genes. I inherited it from my mother and my mother's side of the family. So please do not think I'm lecturing at anyone or raining on someone. It's just that I can't help it. It's genetic. Then, if I say nothing else, let me really thank our colleagues, the leadership of the Rwanda National Police, and also the leadership of the government of Rwanda for having us here for these 2 days. You have convened both current as well as future leaders, future policy makers, future change makers, change agents. Maybe the next time we do something radical and we make them sit in front and then we sit behind, so we both see them as well as hear them. They are not just the 10 colleagues of law enforcement agencies that are being trained here, but there are many more countries that I've seen in the room, represented especially amongst the youth. And I thank you also, Chair, because this is the first gender-balanced panel of the conference. There's been gender representation, the first gender balance.
The credit is for Rwanda National Police.
Yes. So for the rest of my discussion today, and I propose that for the rest of the sessions, we leave aside our portfolios, we leave aside our posts, we leave aside our protocols, and we dialogue with each other as Africans, as African women and men, and as Pan-Africanists, and friends of Africa. If I were to say one thing, and I think this has come out in a lot of our sessions, but I think it came out very dramatically in the very peaceful, very gentle, but very methodical way that the Brigadier General spoke in the morning when he gave a rundown of what is happening in our continent. We are not at a good place. We may not be able to articulate it in sophisticated language or with graphs and pie charts and so on, but we're not at a good place. But we know what ails us as African women and men. And we know what ought to be done about it. But we are not, or should I say not yet, willing to confront the gap between aspiration and reality. On the issue of strengthening justice institutions, again building what my sister and countrywoman Alice Werimunderito said, I don't feel Kenyan anymore, I feel African first, but people insist on having to locate me to one specific piece of earth in this lovely continent, despite my resistance. We know what to do to strengthen justice institutions in our countries. And we know that if we don't, we have war, we have strife. We know that. The laws and rules that we need, we have. The policies and strategies that we need, in many instances, we have. The institutions that we need, we have. The roadmaps that we need, we have. If I were to give an example at the continental level, we can also do the sub-regional, like my brother Emmanuel did, or national, because best practices exist. This country has very, very many, but other countries also have in a place or the other. We have the Constitutive Act. It sets out very clear values and principles, the Constitutive Act of the African Union. It's a negotiated instrument that was negotiated by these states. Nobody forced it upon them. We have the African Charter on Human and People's Rights that we did for ourselves. When we're doing the African Charter, or our forefathers and five mothers were doing the African Charter in 1978, 79, and 80, most of the rest of the world opposed them. But they did it and they adopted it. So it shows it is homegrown, it is authentic. It's not imposed on us by our northern brothers and sometimes sisters. Policies and strategies. We have the AU Agenda 2063, a very detailed policy instrument and also a roadmap. We negotiated it ourselves. It goes down to benchmarks and indicators. We did that for ourselves. So our challenge is the will, and our challenge is the consistency. Let me reiterate. The tools for which to strengthen even national judicial institutions exist. Ali spoke about some of those developed at the UN level, and we are part of the UN, you know. But I can talk about the ones we've developed on the continent. The African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance goes to great detail to determine and to define our standards for democracy, for elections,
you have 5 minutes,
for governance.
please.
Cool, you know. The African Commission on Human and People's Rights, which is a creation of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights that I talked about, has the African Commission, which is our national human rights institution or continental human rights institution, develops detailed principles, guidelines, general comments, declarations on several aspects of the law, down to granular detail. Those 11 women and men are elected by our governments, not by us, the people. You know, if you want to get pissed off at yourself. We ask to be included in the election process, we are not. So those are your people. And when they make decisions you don't like, that's your problem, you know, not ours. So these are African standards. So we know down to granular detail how to develop a judiciary, you know. Our own charter on human and people's rights, unique, reflecting the African way, which Professor Ogenga was talking about yesterday, doesn't just talk of rights, like the European one does, or the Inter-American one does. It talks of obligations. Chapter 2 of the African Charter, Articles 27 to 29, talk of the obligations of individuals, African individuals, women and men, boys and girls, and the obligations of our communities. My sister Eusta, when you talked about the duty to peace, I really love that you've put it in your constitution and in your laws. Article 29.3 says, each individual, girl and boy, woman and man, has the duty not to compromise the security of the state whose national or resident he or she is in. That's the African way. You know. They move, to go back to some of the lessons we've learned from our colleagues, which you used to have said, and if I stop there, it's fine. They move from the OAU to the AU. The African never again moment was motivated by many things, but the greatest motivation was Rwanda 94. Africa told itself, we saw this thing coming. We saw these guys planning these things. We saw them, they passed the stuff through our territory. Countries like mine were used to transport the implements that were used to kill our fellow sisters and brothers, and we did nothing. So we said never again. Article 4H of the Constitutive Act of the African Union that says that the states will collectively intervene to ensure there's no genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, or ethnic cleansing, can be called the Rwanda Clause. We said we will never let this happen again. There's a genocide going on in Jenaina, in Darfur, in Western Sudan right now. We
have
know.
2 minutes.
Yes. And the Brigadier General told us. So the question is, what are we going to do about it? The last thing I will say, I always tell African presidents, ministers, and people who serve them, please strengthen the rule of law while you're in power. Please strengthen administration of justice while you're in power. Please strengthen the independence of institutions, including the judiciary when you're in power, because you will need it when you lose power. You yourself. Every African president that leaves power now is in court. He, and it's mostly he, has been sued either by his own citizens or is being prosecuted by his successor. You weakened the courts when you're in power. Now your successor has it. Now you're calling for independence of institutions. Blaise Compaoré, Jose Eduardo dos Santos, Muammar Gaddafi before he died, Laurent Gbagbo, Hissène Habré, Yahya Jammeh, Abdoulaye Wade, Jacob Zuma are all in court. We told Jacob's people, please make the Article 34 declaration to help other Africans because you think your system is so strong you don't need it. When the Constitutional Court jailed him, his lawyer walked out and the first thing he says, we're going to the African Court. I called him and said, Paul, we told you to make the declaration. Please.
You have 60 seconds.
Yes, strengthen these institutions where you're in power. We, the citizens, need them, but you will need them more when you lose power. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much for that quite incisive, I don't know how to call it, but it's quite incisive, especially on your country, given the reality that you have to deal with right now. At this moment, before I have any interaction with the panel, I would like to open it up. And like I said, we are beginning from the back. Students, reflections on what you have just heard, straight to the point. I'm not giving you a minute. You just have 1 second, straight to the point. Thank you. Mics, please. We'll begin with new faces. I'm looking for new faces because there are some of us who've been speaking. The lady at the back, please. You have 1 second. Please stand up. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Olympe Fonou. I'm a student from ILPD. I have a question to address to Ms. Alice Wairimu. I would like to please have an explanation about genocide denial, if she can expand and please give some examples.
Thank you. Unfortunately, she's offline, but I would like to offer the opportunity to the Rwandan officials who are dealing with genocide denial at the moment to respond to that question. So I'll give it to the PG. You please take note to respond to that. The next question. At the back, again, there's a lady.
Thank you very much. My name is Yan Songa, and I'm going to address my question to Mr. Omondi. He touched on treaties, African treaties, and we know that we have some of the best treaties in the world. But the problem comes with the implementation, and we know that the whole of Africa knows. So why aren't we fixing it, and who is supposed to be fixing it? Like, for example, we have some targeted population.
Just under 1 second,
yes,
please.
Targeted population in Eastern DRC, and we all know it, but very few African countries have spoken up, and those who speak up, they are seen as the enemies because others are not doing it. So please help us understand.
Thank you. Yes, the gentleman in front on my right, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Akora Fambi from IPD, specifically from Cameroon. Now I have a question to ask, which specifically to Professor Alfred. Now we've seen situation, in his submission, he actually spoke about how some president in their attempt to retain power caused chaos. And we've seen those situations, especially in Africa, so many times. In an attempt for some people to put an end to such, we've seen where citizens do strike, like in the country, I think Burkina Faso, when Blaise Compaoré wanted to amend the constitution to extend his term, and it was chaotic because some citizens were being killed.
What's your question, kindly?
Okay, so my question is, I want him to please brief us on what we need to do in order to put an end to this level of injustice which is being implemented by some of the head of states in our African nation. Thank you very much.
We have the lady again at the back, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Zainab Sise, and I am from the Gambia. I am also attending ILPD at Nyanza. So I would inquire as to your perspective regarding the most consequential impact arising from the consistent support provided by Western powers towards the displacement and perpetuation of violence within the African continent, as their support has consequently diverted our attention away from developmental endeavors and prompted us to tackle a never-ending cycle not of our own making. And moreover, I would like for you to explore the potential methods through which we as a collective, as an African collective, can effectively prevent the recurrence of such cycles in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the first round. The panel, if you could respond. We'll begin with the Prosecutor General. There's a question on genocide denial. If you could kindly intervene and respond to how you're dealing with that, just to help the student.
Thank you very much, moderator. Of course, we do have a law punishing genocide ideology and related crimes. And
For information, we still have some acts of genocide ideology that is manifested through different acts, like committing some acts that lead to calling people to commit or minimizing genocide or the denial of genocide, all those acts. So being in Rwanda Investigation Bureau, in prosecution and in courts, we do have those cases. Though there are not many, but we do have those cases, especially during the times of the commemoration of genocide. That's where we realize the increase of those cases. So as we do have that law, then we handle those cases in accordance with the law that we do have. But I would also mention that we need to be serious about it, because if you don't punish it, then it may lead to another genocide. Look at what's happening in one of our neighboring country, like in DRC. It started with hate speech against Rwandans, especially Tutsi. Even some officials involved in those acts of calling people to hate or even killing them. And now we are experiencing in that area, acts of genocide. So we do deal with it. We have no capacity to go there and deal with it. But as far as we are concerned in Rwanda, we are very serious about it and dealing with it seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. If we begin with, we can begin with Omondi responding to implementation.
Okay.
Why is it not happening?
Okay. The first thing I will say is, because one of the questions you asked is whose duty is it? I can answer it in two ways, both of which I think are valid. One, as I said, in our own instrument, we have rights even as citizens, and we have duties. So the duties are to all of us. That does not mean that I want to supplant, and that's my second most important thing, that in our legal systems, in our constitutional systems, in our social contracts, we create duty bearers. Those are those that govern us. And we indicate how they get legitimacy to govern us. Many of them are elected, so we elect you, and we delegate some powers to you. Some of them are appointed, like the judiciaries, and we set very elaborate standards that give you the legitimacy to make decisions over us. So really the greatest duty is on the duty bearers, much as it's on each and every one of us. We're talking about misuse of social media, we're talking about incitement and so on social media. They are the duties to each of us, including the duty to educate our own brothers and sisters, sons and daughters, on how to use and not misuse. So there's a sense in which it is there. And one of the greatest duties of citizens is to speak truth to power. We give you the power. Those that have power run the risk of being corrupted by it. We know that. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So it's our duty to speak truth to power and tell them that is not what we gave you power for. One of the tools we use, which my colleague, the Honorable Minister used yesterday, was strategic litigation. So we use strategic litigation to speak truth to power. So I would say I have a different opinion. Peace and security cases don't end up in our regional courts by mistake. It's intentional. You signed a treaty like the EAC Treaty, which has an elaborate chapter on peace and security, then has a chapter on the court, and says we create this court to interpret, apply, and ensure compliance with. So when we're litigating it, it's on purpose. But also, and this is my urge to citizens, solidarity. What we failed to do towards Rwanda in '94. Don't let it happen again. As I said, things are happening in the Sahel. The good Brigadier General told us, things are happening in Sudan, we all know. We speak out, including online. Go do a Twitter Spaces to just express solidarity with your colleagues in a country. Tell somebody like Marcus Sall, don't be stupid. 10 years ago, you were at the vanguard of telling Abdullah Awad, your time is up, the constitution says you go home, go home. How can you now be subjecting us to what you're the beneficiary of stopping 10 years ago? 5 years ago, when Yahya Jammeh was trying to impose himself on the people after he lost, Macky Sall led the moral majority of ECOWAS to stand strong to tell Jammeh you must go home. How can he be doing that to us now and we're quiet about it? Tell him.
Thank you. Professor Alfred, if you could respond to these leaders that make it impossible, what needs to be done?
Thank you. I must say first that I'm not a political scientist, but I will try to give my opinion as an African citizen. Yeah, I think why one president is elected, why do we elect? We elect them because we see in them the capacity to deliver and ensure the human security we have been talking about. There is two common variables in the human security. One is the fear, the second one is the want or the need. So the more the leadership is not capable to respond to these two dimensions, then every citizen will feel and will find him or herself insecure. Now, the best practices of the leadership is that when you promise to deliver, you have to deliver. And then you will find that in a case when the systems are not in place to force you or to tell you that you're not able to deliver, you have not been able to deliver, then this is the time to step down. Then that's when the citizen will also play their role either independently or being also induced by other political parties or movements in the country. So it's something that we don't need really to praise. It's something that needs to be discouraged. One way to do that is to have the systems that are functional, as it has been highlighted by our colleague. Do we have systems in place that are not confounded by a person, but that are independent from individuals? The second aspect will be now to put in place the strong but also effective institutions. By institutions, I mean both hard and softy. Let me talk about the soft one. Do we have the trust in the leadership? Or do we have that notion of collectiveness? Just an example, if you recall well, during the COVID-19 pandemic, you have seen some countries, not in Africa, in Europe themselves, also striking and claiming for different benefits. Then one was asking me why Rwandans are not striking and yet there are also restrictions. I told him I think this depends with the extent to which citizens trust the current leadership, because the leadership is there and is working on behalf of the citizens. So the more whatever you do as a government or as a leadership, as long as you address the needs of the citizens, you will still buy their trust and also the need of their collective contribution. As I conclude on that, there is also that aspect of capacity building that I mentioned earlier. Let's assume all citizens of Africa have the same level of understanding, like in this room. What will happen? Will the citizen go to those different practices, malpractices, sometimes we see, without questioning why do you want us to rebel against the current or the ongoing leadership? So I'm still coming back to the notion of let's have capacity building of our community, understand their rights and how to claim them in a very constructive manner. Thank you.
Dr. Wista, if you could respond to the question on interference, this hanging fruit. you need the support from development partners, but then they come with their own,
I guess, and I'll relate it with foreign interference is a political system and structure. And I guess it really depends on us, mostly. And responding in the same way that Bizoza said, the moment we remain with a disengaged citizenry and weak institutions, everyone else will have the authority and right to do what they do on us. Foreign interference has its own agendas. If you look at the wars, we are speaking of the wars that are being fought on this continent. But indeed, if you evaluate how many of those wars are actually our wars, and I think the general really did justice on that. The fact that you look at each of those wars and see the actual power behind it will reflect that it's not your war. So in the end, first of all, really the determination of the people and the strength of the leadership is very important. Rwanda's story is founded really on the engagement, on consistently building an engaged population, but having a leadership that is committed to the values of that as well. A leadership that is intentionally intended to transform us. So it's not just having the laws, as he said, but when you have the laws and a leadership that is not in agreement with the principles and values that you've set, you open spaces for foreign interference. But let me say also, there is also an element of ownership as a continent and as a people of the continent. I really feel strongly. Because the journey towards self-determination, the journey, and I'll connect it with the homegrown solutions, to be honest. When Rwanda resorted to homegrown solutions, the desire to build trust, but also to self-empower ourselves in being resilient and losing the dependence structure was embedded in the design itself. So when you're building the integrity of your people and you are pursuing resilience as a people, that grows in itself from the political structures, from the legal institutions, and from the whole status quo. So I should say that in really concluding to that, foreign interference is older than most of us. But I think some countries have proven that they can confront it and engage with it. And of course, some of the institutions that have been set to end these problems, especially at the global level, are also politicized in a way that they are not pursuing the continent's interests. So maybe what this room should know is the challenge of that status quo. It begins with us, our ownership, taking responsibility with our challenges is one of the best ways towards the solution.
Yeah, also maybe perhaps briefly to state the fact that as a country, yesterday we had the national budget reading. 63% of the allocation of the total budget is actually going to come. It's going to be financed by domestic resources. Many of you in this room would recall that was not the case 10 years ago. Over 70% of the Rwandan budget was being financed by development partners. So the Rwandan case shows us that it is possible, it is doable. On that note, I'm opening it up again for the next round. Students at the back. There's a lady on the extreme at the back, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Frida Gates. I'm from African Leadership University, and you forgive me because the question I have was supposed to go on the first round. I would like to address it to Minister Yusta Kaitesi. And thank you. The question goes like, we have a lot of foreigners living in our country.
Straight to the point, please.
Yes, we have a lot of foreigners living in our country, and they are one of the people we live with on a daily basis. But when it comes to the genocidal deniers, they don't have accurate information about genocide. So we just want to know the mitigations that are being practiced so that they cannot be misled by the people who hate our country. Thank you.
Omondi, I think that's for you. Anybody else? Oh, that's for you, sir. Okay. Omondi can respond because we also want to see the role other countries can play in this process. There's a gentleman just before the camera. Please, if you could, on the other side.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Superintendent Police Ferdinand Hamaka. My question goes to CORGB. The homegrown solutions have made an impact. But my question is, have our homegrown solutions been documented for the future generations? Thank you.
Next, I'm looking for new faces. There's a gentleman just, yeah, please, give him the mic, yeah, please. I have arbitrary powers.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I'm Superintendent of Prison, Tony Valence Mutuimana. My question goes direct to advisor, Chief Advisor, Alice. But unfortunately, you said she's offline. But I think I will get an answer. So my question is, what are the mechanisms in place that aims at improving the lives of genocide survivors, as far as UN is concerned? Thank you very much.
Thank you. The gentleman from South Sudan.
Yeah, as you said, I'm from South Sudan. As a citizen who comes from a country that is devastated by civil war, tribal conflicts, communal conflicts, I would like to know how to identify as a tribe without prejudice to other tribes. Because we South Sudanese, we are so much into tribes because tribe give us the sense of identity, sense of importance, pride, beautiful culture. So how can we identify it without prejudice to other tribes?
Thank you. I will allow one special intervention from the front, please.
Thank you very much. I'm the Commissioner General of Rwanda Protection Service. I have two questions. The first one goes to the Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide. Is she back? So it will be addressed to Mr. Donald. The two questions, they go to Mr. Donald. The first one, or the two are on Sudan crisis. The first question is on the prevention of genocide in Sudan. What measures are in place to prevent genocide in Sudan? Because we have seen two generals bombing everything, killing children, killing women, destroying schools, airports. So what measures are there in place to prevent genocide in Sudan? That is one. Two, again to Mr. Donald. That one is on African solutions to African problems. What is the role of the African Union in the Sudan crisis? Thank you very much. I submit the moderator. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please try to be brief in your responses. We'll be wrapping up shortly, so please, I'll take just one final round, and that will include those with comments. If you have a comment, not a question, I'll give you 1 second, please.
Thank you very much. Allow me to say something also about the question that was asked by Ms. Sise earlier around foreign interference, funding, and the issue of DRM, domestic resource mobilization, that you raised. And without going into details, to just say, and the economists will give you the figures, that Africa is actually a net donor to the world. That actually Africa gives out more than it gets. For every dollar that we get in terms of aid or FDI, we're losing 3 in terms of what we now call illicit financial flows. We can go to the details later. And part of the work that we have, even as citizens assisting our governments, is how to strengthen our systems to reduce illicit financial flows and increase our own domestic resource mobilization. So we will not need anybody to come in to dictate to us a policy because they're calling themselves a donor. And some of the biggest culprits in forcing African countries into the corners they've been in are the IMF and the World Bank, in terms of how sovereign debt is used and manipulated as a tool. So part of what we're confronting is that. And for us as African lawyers, next month we're meeting in Livingstone, and the theme of our annual conference as lawyers is a sovereign debt crisis in Africa, the role of the legal profession. Now, to go to the questions that have been asked, especially to Alice, but also to me, how do we address genocide denials amongst our non-nationals? They are not our nationals, therefore it's not easy to prosecute them in our courts. I'd say 2 quick things. 1, we all owe a duty of memory. We owe a duty of remembrance, and we owe a duty of commemoration. So if we're really serious about this, as our colleagues are commemorating their 100 days in the rest of the 54 countries, even if not 100 days, do a thing or two yourself to say we are also never going to forget what happened to our comrades. The second thing is to strengthen regional and continental institutions. If you're an African, even though you may be coming not from Rwanda and therefore cannot be subjected to your legal systems, if we have stronger regional and continental legal and political systems, because not everything has to go to courts, there are ways in which we can engage you on that question. On what the UN is doing, I will jump that. Let me go to the Sudan questions because time is short. And I can talk at 2 levels. At the level of the AU in regards to Sudan, but also at the level of COMESA, which is quiet on this issue to date, and at the level of IGAD. We have had treaty provisions which states have signed up to. Article 4H of the Constitutive Act means once you've signed up, it doesn't matter whether you invite us or not. If you're killing your people, we will come in. You have signed up to that. And there's a range of intervention tools, from very diplomatic to deployment of an AU force, like we've had to do in other cases. So there's a whole range in between. I won't go into details, but what I would say in general is we need leadership from the top. Indeed, when the crisis started on Saturday, 15th of April, by the next day, at the PRC level, at the ambassadorial level, there was an emergency session, which was the first to call for cessation of hostilities, which was ignored. It is completely irresponsible that it took our summit at head of state level 4 weeks to meet on the problem. 4 weeks. And we had to call, including now beginning to insult people on social media. So what we want to see is weekly meetings at the level of the heads of state. Because if this state collapses, as the Brigadier General told us, all of us collapse. So fast. And then to the doctrine of recognition. Call these people, and our leaders should call these people for what they are, thugs. You are thugs who shot your way to power. You have no legitimacy. Is it you I should be talking to? Actually, why don't I look for 3 professional associations, 3 trade unions, 3 faith-based movements, 3 women's movements, and 3 youth movements of citizens from the resistance committees and elsewhere and say, you are the ones we'll be negotiating with. The power of ignoring somebody, like we did to Yahya Jammeh. Yahya Jammeh left because at some point the heads of state said, we no longer recognize you as one of us. The moment you just do that, their power drops. They become ordinary thugs on the run. So I think there's a whole range of measures. And I think engaging in terms of dialogue with the right people, the citizens, should be very important for our Peace and Security Council at head of state level, at ministerial level. And then looking at best practices, taking charge of the negotiation. In the case of Kenya in 2008, and that's the last thing I will say, the Kenyans also said, don't come, at least the Kibaki side of government. Jean Ping, who was then chair of the AU Commission, flew into Nairobi. He was kept waiting at the airport, and then he was told, go away, you don't have diplomatic rights to land. John Kufuor, who was chair of the AU Assembly then got into a plane and called and said, I'm coming. They told him, you're not coming. He says, you signed the Constitutive Act, I'm coming. When he landed in Nairobi, he told those people, I'm not waiting for protocol, take me to Kibaki now. And his car was driven to State House. And he talked to Kibaki, and Kibaki gave him side of the story. Then he told them, take me to Raila now. And Raila's office was literally 10 minutes drive. And he went to talk to Raila, and Raila gave his side of the story. Then he went back to Kibaki. Then he went back to Raila. Then he said, we're going to mediate this thing. I'm going to use my powers as chairperson of the African Union, given by the Constitutive Act and the Peace and Security Council, to appoint a panel of 3. And he unilaterally appointed and imposed upon Kenyans Kofi Annan, Benjamin William Mkapa, and Graça Machel. And using AU law and AU tools, including recommendations coming from our APRM process, the African Peer Review Mechanism process, because we had done an APRM, and the APRM had all the recommendations of what needed to be done, and we didn't implement it. So Graça Machel, who was an APRM member, had chaired the Kenyan APRM process, came back pretty much to implement what we now call Agenda 4, all of which were in the APRM report. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Yusti, if you could just...
I think the answer to the foreigners is quite on point, but I should say that the foreigners that are in Rwanda have a greater privilege of understanding us better, understanding the challenges that we've had and responding to them. And I guess relating it with a question on denial is is one of the 8 stages of a genocide. And therefore, we should not disconnect the denial structures that are surrounding us now. And I would appeal to colleagues and Africans who are in this room. The continent is very well represented. I think we should move to the direction that national structures, that we encourage our national structures and hold our structures responsible to do that. Some of the diaspora and European institutions have done that, but we don't see as much progress on the continent. So colleagues from different countries that are still also harboring some of the perpetrators, I think the awareness and the mapping, and the Prosecutor General's office has the mapping of where these perpetrators at large are, should be really out for you guys to know and speak to your countries in that regard. So I think, but also coming back to, I hope the person who asked this is a Rwandan, the engagement with our history with the youth. The system has put in place memorial sites, museums. We commemorate for 100 days. And I hope the youth should be more engaged, because the privilege of you being within this generation that understands the stopping of the genocide is key. Now, let me say that the UN mechanisms, I tend to not behave, but this is my area of expertise, but the UN mechanism is not as fast as should be in dealing with the genocide. And for the question on whether what the UN has done on the victims, I think the best they should do now is to deal even with the perpetrators that are at large, to deal with the kind of discriminations that are happening in our neighborhoods, to deal with the same attacks that are propagated by the perpetrators of the genocide that are still at large. In terms of the real reparations, I think I'm grateful that this country has brought value to life, has established things that bring value to the widows, things that bring value to the youth that now have lived on, but I think the mechanism hasn't been strong on that. Have our homegrown solutions been researched enough. I should say not as much as we should. I wish every graduating class had at least 10% of homegrown solutions researched. But we don't have so much. I, Charity, and a few more have done research in those areas, but I know the size is diminishing in terms of that. The Rwanda Governance Board has a mandate to promote and protect, and I should say that every year we try to process and protect. Abunzi is already a protected intellectual property for the government of Rwanda through the World Intellectual Property and other two. And this year we want to protect. We have protected about 8 of them. And I should say the expansion of homegrown solutions have gone to even things like Youth Connect. It's a protected initiative that this country has done. So I think it's a duty that we need to expand more. And I guess that was I will go to the question of Sudan on tribes. You know, diversity is not a problem, except if we have politicized that. And being in Rwanda, I should invite you to realize that you don't have to have different cultures to not embrace one another. The politics of discrimination will give you every reason to destroy one another if you do not embrace that diversity. So I guess for me, the problem is not that you have many tribes. That's wealth. That's a lot of opportunity. But the fact that the politics itself does not appreciate that difference is not substituted for destruction. You know, I being different from you doesn't make you, give you a right that for you to exist is for me to not exist. And that is the politicization of tribes. That's the politicization of identity. And politics should be what we do in terms of social justice and not in terms of the fear of the other and therefore the destruction of the other. So I think cohabitation is possible. We are in this country, we have learned to live with one another irrespective of the pains of the genocide. Let me say that it's the political will and the political choice to belong to one another without stopping to be. And I guess it's not that no one is going to remove the tribes, but what is it that the tribes cannot be within one country as a collective?
Thank you. I'll take the last round. Comments, questions? Okay, I'm going to begin from the front now. Just please. Very brief.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was kind of prompted to say this because Dr. Euster talked a little bit about it. And, you know, in the objectives of Gacaca courts, there were 5. Speed up trial, fight impunity, reveal truth, contribute to reconciliation. And the 5th one is interesting, to show that the Rwandans are capable of solving their problems. And my question is, and probably we can have a bilateral after here, why did we feel a need to put it in the objectives of Gacaca that we have to prove that we are capable of solving our problems? And which I think, had we done this before, we would have proved that we are capable of solving our problems.
Thank you. Next. Yes, yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Gasana Elvis, and I'm a student from IAPD Nyanza campus, and I'm a Rwandan. Thank you. My suggestion or recommendation is that these Western countries, they see Africa as the kitchen of injustice, where their nationals, when they are arrested here, they come and pick them so that they are going to be prosecuted in their countries because they think that in Africa there is no justice here. However, it is not true. And what I recommend is that we must stand on our thoughts and our beliefs so that we can show them that we are capable to prosecute them because justice is in our hands. And Other thing is to say that...
Very briefly.
Okay, thank you. And other thing is that it is for police, I think it is a suggestion also. From yesterday, I was raising my hand until today. It means I'm going back with many questions that I have had to ask. So next time, I am proposing if they can extend the time of this symposium and invite more so that they can benefit from this symposium. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And the last, yes. At the back, before I can come to you, at the back, very briefly, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Couloir Viviane. I'm from ILPD2. And I have comment. Since yesterday, we talked about everything. And now, which action we can do? Which sanction we can do to help Africa?
Thank you. What can we do to help Africa? We are talking too much. She just gave us a verdict. I'm looking for a new face, so it's deliberate. Just one more, and then that's it. At the back, please. We are talking too much, so we need to stop talking.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Ajak. I'm from African Leadership University, and I'm a South Sudanese. So I just want to know a lot of things, because when we talk about the politics and also the conflicts that is going on in all the countries in East Africa and Africa at large, so we see that we talk a lot, but we don't do actions. So where can we begin? Because we've been discussing a lot of things. The politicians have been discussing a lot of things. The intellectuals have been discussing a lot of things, but we don't see changes in these countries. So, as people who are present here today, where do we begin to solve these tribal issues and the instabilities in the countries? Thank you.
Thank you. To the panel, if you could quickly respond to that before I give you a final round of closing remarks. Very briefly, please.
Thanks. I think for the sister, I think it's Ms. Vivian, who asked, what do we do now? I think the first thing is be very active citizens. Be very active in pursuing our development, social, economic, cultural, political, civil, and so on. And for you students, I think UST has given a good challenge. Your thesis will be coming up. Consider researching and publishing on these important topics, on homegrown solutions, on Pan-Africanism, on how to engage in development, democracy, rights, and so on. Also, let's go online positively. Join collective action that is talking about and speaking about the key issues facing the continent. Climate change, as you say, foreign meddling. As the Brigadier General said, for some of our comrades, what they really want to do is to build a new state in Africa by force, using the gun and the drone. It's a deliberate strategy of some of our colleagues, and they're being supported by a number of Middle Eastern states. If we have that knowledge now, what do we do about it? And I've got one challenge for my brother, the Honorable Minister of Justice. As I said, Rwanda was at the heart of the move from the OAU to the AU, the never again. Rwanda was at the heart of Article 4H on combating impunity. Lessons from the Rwandan process, including Gacaca, were at the heart of the formulation and adoption by the heads of state of the African Union Transitional Justice Policy Framework. Please be a champion of that. And be a champion, because you spoke about it yesterday, of getting your colleagues, fellow justice ministers, to ratify the Malabo Protocol, so that we have a court that's strong enough, alongside the political measures, the diplomatic measures, to address our key challenges. Thank you.
Well, I guess the question that Mlefu asked on why did we want to just fight ourselves, You know, we have chosen to hold ourselves accountable. And setting that as a target and going back and evaluating that we've done that, we all should remember that that's the first homegrown solution we reintroduced. And I think it built our trust, it built our confidence, and it reminded us that, you know, one of the last questions, and I will connect them, of the students, is a question of despair. Where do we start from? So when we are being told we have to confront this, and then eventually we say we have to see that it's our responsibility to prove, to deal with this part of ourselves, it built the confidence. So I think we were not just trying to anyone, but also we were taking a very clear strategic direction that we want to be in charge of ourselves. So why did we say it as an objective? I think it has stood out that that objective was clear. I want to tell Gasana that justice on the continent is about us. I have a feeling that we are so much caring about other people's opinion. Justice in Rwanda should do justice to the Rwandans. Justice in Kenya should do justice to the Kenyans. If we do it right and give the people the kind of justice that they want, the peace that they want, the security that they want, people's opinion will change. I think it's really, we should care about the justice that we enjoy and live in. Talking about too much, let me ask that, and I will really want to highlight this. The spirit of Rwanda that you should not forget is a spirit of dialogue. Dialogue is embedded in our political approaches because of two reasons. In 1995, we got the first conference asking what happened to us. How did we get here? What went wrong? What would be the solutions? We didn't come up with the solution of Gachacha then. It took us the eventual consultative dialogues at the office of the president that we agreed on the Gachacha. I think in the problem that we have a lot on the continent is not talking. It's talking without purpose. And in Rwanda, we have chosen to dialogue with the purpose of finding consensus and moving beyond the consensus and going to implement the consensus. Don't underestimate the power of dialogue. Governance, politics happens in a dialogue. The problem is when you dialogue and don't come to a consensus, then it becomes a problem. So those of you who have this opportunity to be in these rooms, you should leave here challenged. You should leave here remembering that it's your responsibility to be a solution, and it's your duty to build the Africa and the country that you live in.
Would you like to? Yes.
Yeah, just quickly to add to a voice to what has been already said on the two comments on what actions, what can we do, or what do we take home. I think we need to agree that though we are talking about some of these challenges, it doesn't mean that we don't have some success stories in Africa. So I think that image also needs to be recorded. So there is a lot that has been done by African continent, but we are focusing on the challenges because these are the most ones that are affecting our citizens. Number two, there is also this notion of ownership. So whatever we are saying, especially for the young people and students, we are trying to instill that spirit of feeling that you are the one responsible for this next generation and future we are looking for and we are talking about. The third aspect is the citizen engagement. So the more we are able to engage actively, if I recall well from what IGP was talking about yesterday on community policing, you would see how if you have to take the 750 young people and you put them on the payroll, it's a burden. But there is a way to capitalize and leverage on that willingness, and let me call it like that aspect of citizenship, and contribute to the progress that is required by everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for the panelists, as we conclude, I'm going to give you a minute, no, not a minute, a second, to think about call to action. We have already had a verdict that as Africa, we talk too much. We have lots of documents, perfect, but are never implemented. To the students,
What is your one big idea as they get out of this room? What is your one big idea? What can we do differently to contribute towards a safe and secure Africa? I'm giving you 1 second. In the meantime, I will just take us through what is coming out of some of the discussions that we have had. The Rwandan experience shows that it is possible. If Rwanda has done it, then your country can do it. Yeah? So even when we say Africa is failing, we have pockets of success. So what we need really is solidarity and the confidence to say if one African country is doing it, how are they doing it? Can we support them? The second thing that is coming out clearly is how can we become active citizens and not just expect that the government or law enforcement agencies will take an upper hand. Can we become active citizens in our spaces? Can you, from today, think about a Twitter space, for instance, talking about genocide denial? Can you do that? The third is be the change you want to see. Because most of you are students. Tomorrow you'll be promoted. Will you be that change that we are hearing now that is pushing the officials that already have that power? Start thinking about being that change that you want to be. On that note, my panelists, I hope you're ready. Your one big idea, call to action for students. I'll start with you, Omondi. Thank you.
I would say that Professor Bizoza just said it very well in the last statement that he made, so I'll just repeat that. Let's remember our successes, however small we may call them to be. Let's celebrate them, because it gives us the energy to go forward and to possibly replicate them, even with new innovations. If I could say only one thing, it would be that.
Thank you, Oster.
Well, we are the voices and the power that the continent has. So be the change that you want to see.
Thank you, Professor.
Though we are talking about policies, these are provide orientation. But even though we are talking about the government, governance, leadership, but still there is individual responsibility and accountability to Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, allow me to thank the Rwanda National Police for giving us the opportunity, the platform to exchange these ideas. I hope we will justify their time and resources by trying to, do the work of some of the ideas that are coming out of this forum. With that, kindly join me in thanking my distinguished panel. I think they did well, especially on time. Well done. Thank you so much. And with that, I would like to hand over to the MC. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, the moderator and the panel. Can we please give a round of applause for the moderator and the panel? Honorable Minister of Interior and our guest of honor, Honorable Minister of Justice, IGP sir, distinguished invited guests. The time, we have saved time. It was planned that this session will end at 14:30, but now we are 30 minutes ahead. And with your permission, guest of honor, sir, we would like to pull forward some of the activities that could have been done after. We'll bring it forward with your permission, sir. Thank you, sir. After that, we are going to start with the wrap-up of the whole symposium for the 2 days, which will be done by Dr. Ajay Shaka Mugabe, who is the director of the Center for Conflict Management at the University of Rwanda. He will summarize the whole symposium, after which, guest of honor, sir, you will deliver the keynote address and the closing remarks. Without further ado, may I request Dr. Ajay to come forward. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Ministers, the IGP, Rwanda National Police, the Vice Chancellor, the University of Rwanda. I can't see him, I thought he was still inside. The Commandant, Rwanda National Police College. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good afternoon. So my task is to summarize what other people have been saying since yesterday, unfortunately in their presence. So in case I don't reproduce your ideas the way you want it, please bear with me. But I'm also lucky because there won't be a session for questions after this. So from 15 to 16 June 2023, Rwanda National Police, via the National Police College, in collaboration with the University of Rwanda, organized the 10th edition of the Symposium on Peace, Security and Justice under the theme, Enhancing Justice for Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa. The symposium is part of the training package whose permanent objective is to broaden understanding and strengthening the analytical capacity of police, senior command and staff course participants, who are at the same time students in the master's program in Peace Studies and Conflict Transformation of the University of Rwanda, but also the student of the Institute of Legal Practice and Development and the African Leadership University. This year's symposium has concentrated on the interplay between justice, peace and security based on the African context and approached from the African perspective. In addition to the opening ceremony and the closing session that we shortly follow, the symposium was structured into 4 main sessions, namely Justice in Africa, Past and Current Status, Social and Criminal Justice, Concerns and Prospects, Justice and Contemporary Security Dynamics in Africa, and Fostering Justice for a Safer Africa. So the opening ceremony itself consisted of 3 remarks. The opening remarks, I would start with the welcome remarks, the opening official remarks, and the introductory note. So after he welcomed the participant to the symposium, the Commandant NPC, Commissioner of Police Rafiki Mujiji, rightly indicated that the symposium is an opportunity for the students to expand knowledge and skills beyond what they received in classes. He also established the linkage between this year's symposium and that of last year that explored the role of governance in promoting peace and security. He rightly summarized the linkage by saying that peace cannot exist where justice is not served. And justice cannot be served without sufficient and sound governance systems. The Commandant expressed his gratitude to the leadership of Rwanda National Police for its tireless support to the College and the University of Rwanda for its active involvement in the preparation and conduct of this symposium. He mentioned that the 2023 symposium edition attracted participants from many countries in Africa, but we also had participants from beyond. In his opening remarks, the Minister of Justice, Attorney General of the Republic of Rwanda, Dr. Emmanuel Rugirashebuja, underscored the importance of the symposium for the course participants. He also elaborated on the notion of justice in its broader sense, building on Kate Rauth Donat, that goes beyond classical principles of justice to include social, economic, environmental justice, among other aspects. The broad notion of justice contributes to peace and security in that it ensures everyone gets the essentials for a good life. Pursuing justice is a more imperative that has practical values as a cost-efficient way of preventing and dealing with conflict, contributing, therefore, to peace, he said in substance. The introductory note was delivered by the Vice Chancellor of the University of Rwanda, Dr. Didas Kayihura Muganga. We emphasized the broad nature of the concept of justice, particularly when it is examined in relation to peace and security. In this regard, he stressed that justice is wider than the principle according to which people should receive what they deserve. Just like justice contributes to social harmony, peace, stability, and development, inequalities and injustices often provoke economic, social, political, and other forms of violence. Dr. Kayihura reminded the audience that several countries in Africa today are experiencing violent conflicts, I think 15 of them, the majority of which, if not all of them, are a result of non-inclusive governance systems, weak institutions, poor service delivery, including poor and ineffective justice systems. In some, conflict and peace, just like justice and inequality, he meant, are not unexplainable phenomena. They are created and can be influenced. Brief, they are policy choice or the absence of a choice. So the actual conference or symposium consisted of 4 sessions, as I said earlier. Panel 1 discussed justice in Africa, past and current status. Panelists highlighted the evolution of the notion of justice in Africa based on random examples, but also the relevance of and the values associated with African traditional approaches to justice, the nexus between justice, peace, and security, as well as country-specific experience, including the reforms that the justice sector in Rwanda underwent to respond to the needs of justice in the post-genocide context, while promoting peace and national stability. With regard to the nexus between justice, peace, and security, it was clearly shown that the ultimate goal of a traditional justice system in most African communities is and was reconciliation and social cohesion, all of which are key components of peace. Justice contributes to peace and security through prevention of conflicts and the promotion of dialogue to address conflicts in a peaceful or non-violent manner. The same value are core aspects, or the same values are core aspects of both distributive justice and the transitional justice, to mention the 2. At the heart of any distributive justice are 3 key elements: the equality of people in terms of rights and liberties, the equality of opportunities for all, and an arrangement of economic inequalities focused on benefit maximization for those who are least advantaged. Many will refer to this as social protection policies. On its part, transitional justice that refers to the short-term, often temporary judicial and non-judicial mechanisms, but also processes to address legacies of conflict, human rights abuse, and other violence, has 5 major goals that are connected to peace and security. These are healing divisions in society, providing recognition and justice to victims and accountability for perpetrators, creating an accurate historical record for society, restoring rule of law, and reforming institutions. I think the Prosecutor General elaborated a lot about these reforms yesterday. And last but not least, promoting coexistence and sustainable peace. Participants recognized that the colonial rule had an adverse effect on traditional mechanisms of justice and peace in Africa, and they underscored the need to integrate elements from different systems for the sake of rendering justice more effective and responsive to the need of the populations. After all, justice is neither sufficient nor can it stand in isolation from other values. For this reason, it should be pursued to the extent possible, considering other values such as unity, reconciliation, and harmony. So the case of post-genocide Rwanda, particularly the Gacaca courts, offers one of the most recent examples where justice has been at the service of peace and collective security. Panel 2 discussed social and criminal justice, concerns and prospects. Discussions focused on the ways in which social injustices constitute a fertile ground for wars and conflict in Africa. The crisis of democracy and governance, whether related to inappropriate institutional design, disputed elections, lack of trust in public institutions, politics of power, or unfair distribution of resources, often leads to what the panelist was referring to the crisis of polycrisis. Other aspects that were discussed are respectively trends and challenges of transnational organized crimes in Africa, the impact of judicial, continental and regional mechanisms on peace and security, and the impact of community-based policing on crime prevention, focusing on the example of Rwanda. With regard to the transnational organized crimes, it was indicated that the crime syndicates are highly connected across borders and are active in a number of illicit markets, notably drug trafficking, financial crimes, human trafficking, people smuggling, counterfeit goods, environmental crimes, and maritime piracy. Factors contributing to fragility include sophisticated technological means that have become accessible to many people, trade in small arms and light weapons, social and political instability, state fragility, limited policing capacities, and corruption, to mention but a few. With regard to the impact of judicial, continental, and regional mechanisms of peace and security, it was indicated from the outset that the primary objective of these mechanisms is settlement of disputes, not necessarily the promotion of peace and security. However, by settling disputes, they contribute to peace and stability. Particularly in conflict settings, it is known that judicial proceedings have complex consequences for a wide range of conflict issues, including negotiating ceasefires, deterring future crimes, and prospects for post-conflict reconciliation. Under normal circumstances, a well-functioning and accountable justice system advances peace by providing mechanisms for the peaceful resolution of disputes, and as well as accountability for crimes and offenses committed. Peace and security are generally pursued through other existing channels, said the panelists, mainly diplomacy. So in relation to Rwanda National Police experience of community-based policing and crime prevention, one may highlight the following aspects. Number one, community policing is all about partnership between the police and the community it is called to serve, the objective of which is achieving efficiency and effectiveness in the delivery of service. The model is based on the premise that no police or any other security organ can effectively achieve its mandate without the cooperation of community members. There is no model of community policing that fits all the context, thus the relevance of a context-bound design. The ultimate goal of community policing is crime prevention, not reduction. So the community policing model was introduced to address three deficiencies in the traditional policing approach. These are the aggressive nature of the traditional policing model, the unnecessary social distancing between the police and the public it is meant to serve, and the reactive character of the classical model of policing. So by reducing the distance, the community policing therefore participates in rehumanizing not only the police, but also other security services. So the achievement of the community policing model in Rwanda can be summarized in one simple sentence: a greater ownership of security by community members, which has led to effective security service. Today, Rwandans may take their security for granted as a result of all these reforms. So panel 3, and this was today, discussed justice and contemporary security dynamics in Africa, which included a diversity of subtopics such as security vulnerabilities that come with the technology, the role of media in promoting social justice, current trends of terrorism and violent extremism in Africa, as well as approaches used by law enforcement agencies to respond to emerging security threats. Through presentations and audience engagement, it became clear that new technologies amplify criminality. It led to sophisticated criminal techniques and expanded networks across the continent, and are causing huge economic losses to Africa. Globalization, which was also presented as another issue, is also equally contributing to complexify the equation, in that criminals move freely from country to country, making controls even harder. It also was mentioned that conventional means are getting outdated to respond to emerging security threats. Challenges in this area include state unpreparedness to face these new challenges associated with new technologies and the new emerging security threats, limited awareness among the public, and inequalities or lack of opportunities, especially among the youth, particularly opportunities to be employed. In response, Africa, through its different member countries, developed policy and regulation frameworks, built capacities, but also further measures are being put in place to face the issue. So with regard to the role of media in promoting social justice, they do so, media, mainly by introducing new information about the rights of people, by influencing attitudes and behavior, by providing accurate information, which helps the public to gain better understanding of phenomena around them. Media also attracts the attention of policymakers on issues that need policy action or decisions. And this is the reason why we call them the fourth power, in that they exert some level of influence on decision makers. So with regard to current dynamics of violent extremism and terrorism in Africa, the picture is black. Most affected regions include the Sahel, North Africa, Chad Basin, Somalia, and Mozambique. There are, in all these regions, Islamic State networks across the continent with various motives such as territory control, access to resources, government failure to address the basic needs of community, living rooms to all sorts of manipulation. But also exclusion and non-inclusive systems of governance are a core factor of violent conflict, including violent extremism. So in the context of Rwanda, preventive measures include flexible institutional practice, the use of unconventional methods to achieve integration, as well as responsive capacity building. The last panel, which is the fourth, addressed the topic fostering justice for a safer Africa. The panelists addressed a number of aspects focusing on the need for justice, for the crime of genocide, the linkage between human security and peace, homegrown solutions in Rwanda and lessons that we learned from, and the strengthening of justice institutions for a peaceful Africa. With regard to justice for the crime of genocide, the presenter reminded the audience that this is a collective responsibility since genocide is a core international crime, just like the crime against humanity. One of the ways to respond to genocide is to take a further step against genocide denial, which is a developing trend. And as one of the panelists put it rightly, denial itself being part of the genocide, from classification to genocide denial. And this is particularly important at the moment when hate speech is increasingly taking a worrying dimension in the Great Lakes region. This has been discussed at large, I think, in this meeting. So the panel also discussed the linkage between human security and peace. Based on the presentation, human security addresses sustainable peace by recognizing the social, economic, and political grievances that are often the root causes of conflict and societal violence. We had examples of the cost of injustices and how they affect peace and social harmony at the community level. The human security approach is not only centered on people as objects of interventions, but also as providers of security in their own right. With regard to homegrown solutions, these provided spaces for doing justice, particularly social justice, promoting social cohesion, building peace, and many other interactions between communities and citizens. In relation to institutions for a peaceful Africa, it was emphasized that institutions, policies, roadmaps, and strategic plans do exist, they're in place. But what is lacking is the implementation. It has remained problematic for so many years. So I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ajay Shaka, for wrapping up the whole content of the symposium for the last 2 days. Guest of honor, sir, may I invite you to deliver the closing remarks?
Honorable Minister of Justice, the Inspector General of Rwanda National Police, Commandant of NPC, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to officiate the closing of this year's symposium on peace, security, and justice under the theme Enhancing Justice for Sustainable Peace and Security in Africa. During this symposium, it must have come out clearly that justice is an important factor for peace and security. Additionally, these concepts remain complementary, interrelated, and interdependent, and are mutually reinforcing imperatives for sustainable peace and security in Africa and elsewhere in the world. In different African countries, persistent conflicts are usually associated with different forms of social injustice in relation to failure to address the basic human security needs, root causes of conflict, like marginalization, equal access to opportunities and resources, inclusiveness, equal protection by the laws, to mention but a few. In Africa, there are many cases where these social injustices have become routine, hence resulting into endless conflicts, and I hope some of these cases and examples were explored during these discussions. Furthermore, Africa has also been experiencing a number of crimes, more especially transnational organized crimes. Examples are terrorism, cyber crimes, drug trafficking, smuggling of migrants, human trafficking, money laundering, and trafficking in firearms, counterfeit of goods, among others. Such crimes are committed in well-coordinated ways and transnational in nature. The enlargement of transnational organized crimes and interventions by various law enforcement agencies to combat against these crimes has also formed part of the discussions in this symposium. In rethinking of a peaceful and secure Africa, there is always a considerable need to address all the social injustices related to root cause of conflicts in order to effectively foster justice for sustainable peace and security of the continent by restructuring various continental and regional judicial mechanisms dealing with crimes affecting peace and security, building strong and fair justice systems that are responsive to the citizen needs, promoting good collaboration of justice practitioners with security and law enforcement organs, among others. Considering the selected topics and the nature of interaction held in this platform, I strongly believe that this symposium responded to the above identified need. I am convinced that engaging police, senior command, and staff course, students, and other participants from different countries here represented is a better way to raise the number of strategic leaders with the ability to contribute to justice sector and stable society in their respective countries. Based on good profiles of the panelists, moderators, and the audience of this symposium in general, I have no doubt that this has been an opportunity to share appropriate tools and strategies for fostering justice as a route to peaceful and stable Africa, and I believe each and everyone here will actively contribute to this agenda. On this note, I declare this symposium officially closed, and I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for officially closing the symposium. We would like to thank all the officials who have graced this event with their presence. Many thanks to the panelists, the distinguished panelists, moderators, and discussants for sharing their invaluable knowledge with the audience. Thank you to the participants, the Police Senior Command and Staff Course participants, the students from the Institute of Legal Practice and Development, and also the students from the African Leadership University. We also thank the members of the media fraternity for sharing what has been taking place here, what has been transpiring here, on an instant basis. We thank you all for coming here. Last but not least, we thank the college for having organized such an important event. It is now time for lunch, and as there is no other session afterwards that requires an intellectual effort, we kindly wish you to enjoy the lunch as well as the accompaniment that may come with it. Thank you very much. Bon appétit.